Testing 1 2. 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 Testing. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Okay, okay, okay. Testing 1 2. 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 Testing 1 2.
try the mics.
Oh, we are.
Yeah, we're gonna try the mics.
Aloha, Ricky.
I'm
Georgia.
Ricky.
Hawaii.
Right.
Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
Pleasure.
I am
Maurice.
Ricky.
Very nice to meet you.
Oh, yeah. This is fun.
Try the mics.
Oh, we are.
Yeah, we're gonna try the
Oh, this is very fun. This will be exciting. I hope I don't fall off the chair. Aloha, Ricky.
I'm
Georgia.
Ricky.
Hawaii.
Right.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
I am Ricky.
All right. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
This is fun.
It's on?
I don't think. Oh, this is very fun. This will be exciting. I hope I don't fall off the chair. Aloha, Ricky. Georgia. It does say it's on. And hello. We're not hearing anything.
All right. Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning,
1 1
everyone.
2 3 4 5
It's
6
on?
7 9 10 11 12. It's on. And hello. We're not hearing anything. Yeah. No. 1 2.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, I heard
3.
something there. 4 5. No.
It's
6
on?
7
1 1. We need at least 1.
9 10. Well, we need at least one. One that works.
1 2 1 2.
It's on. And hello. We're not hearing anything. Yeah. No. 1 2.
Good morning, everyone.
This
I
is
heard
2
something there.
2 2 2
It's on?
2
1 1. We need at least 1.
9 10. Well, we need at least one. One that works.
1 2 1 2.
Oh, so not in the house. And hello.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah. Sorry for
Um,
everyone
te-
out
no,
there in
one,
live
two.
stream land.
Oh,
This
I
is
heard
2
something there. All right.
2 2 2
Thank you.
2
1 1.
Function.
Okay.
9 10. Well, we need at least one.
1 2 1 2.
No, they did. Oh, so not in the house.
And
hello.
Oh, okay.
Sorry
I'm
for
sure-
everyone
I'm
out
sure
there in
they
live
did.
stream land.
Oh,
This
I
is
heard
2
something there. All right.
2 2.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is
Well, we need at least one.
Maryse Robert. I'm the
One, two,
director
one,
of the
two.
Department of Economic
so
Development
not
at
in
the
the
Organization
house.
of
And
American States here in Washington.
Sorry for
Sure.
everyone out there in
Sure.
live stream
From
land.
Montreal, Canada.
This is
Originally,
two.
I'm French Canadian.
2 2.
Okay.
So you might
Good morning, everyone. My name is
Well, we need
when
at
I
least
Maryse Robert. Yeah.
the
Director of the department. So, and the OAS is a multilateral organization that brings together
Sorry
all
for
the
everyone
countries,
out there
sovereign
in live
countries of
stream
the
land.
Montreal, Canada. The
This is
headquarters
two.
are French Canadian here in DC. As part of my department, economic development, the issue of culture and creative industries, and the OAS is a multilateral, a big element of that. So I'm delighted to be here, and thanks to Dennis for the invitation. So let's start. Today we're going to, this particular panel is going to focus on the issue of how to, in the context of creative economy, so I'm delighted to revitalize the urban centers. And we will begin in Indonesia with Ricky, so who is going to share with us. I think you have a presentation, right? PowerPoint. So Ricky, you have the floor. And Ricky is, as you will see in your program, is the deputy head of the Indonesian Creative Economy Agency in Jakarta, Indonesia. Indonesia with Ricky.
Can I use this place?
I think you have a
Sure.
presentation, right? So Ricky, you have the floor. And
So,
as you will see in your
welcome to Indonesia, everyone. First, let me introduce my team. I come from Indonesia, 25 hours flight. With my team, Endah is from Indonesian Agency for Creative Economy, and Pak Didi. And also joining us, one of our advertising senior in Indonesian advertising landscape, Elwin Mok. Welcome to Indonesia, is my everyone. Become my assistant, and also some young team from Indonesian embassy here in Washington DC. From Indonesia, Pak Daniel, Isti, and Medi. So before I start, I would like to all audience here to touch Indonesia.
Welcome to Indonesia,
is my
everyone.
Become so my team will distribute
and also some
something from Indonesia. It's very typical Indonesia to each one of you. Pak Daniel, Isti, and Medi. And Please
So
open
before-
it. Before I start, this is the product of weaving. Is a distinctive Indonesian handicraft, produced by artisans in various parts of the country.
It's very typical Indonesia. To each one of you.
Pak Daniel, Isti, and Mehdi.
And
Can you see it?
please
Please
open
open
it.
Before I start, this is
So,
the
because this is the artisan product,
weaving
there's no
is a
identical
distinctive
Indonesian
design.
design.
Produced
by artisans. The one that you hold is the only design, because there's no identical design.
Pak Daniel, Isti, and Mehdi.
It's coming from Toraja area
Before I start,
in
So,
South Sulawesi
because this
Island.
is the artisan product,
There's
weaving
no
is a
identical.
distinctive
Produced by
design.
hundred of
Artisans.
the women weaver
is the only
and usually the youngest weaver 60 years old, and even there's one already
Toraja area
100 years old
in
and still
Sulawesi
still
Island.
Island.
The artisan product, there's no identical
Produced by
design.
so
Hundred of
that's one
weaver.
introduction to Indonesia.
And usually
there's
no
the
youngest weaver.
Let me explain a little bit. Indonesia actually is a large nation in many
Toraja
ways.
area
100 years
in
home to
and
still
Sulawesi Island.
inhabitants. Indonesia is the fourth largest
Produced by
populated nation in the world. So
Hundred of
with
that's
million 189,000 kilometers square.
weaver.
Let me explain a little bit. Indonesia and 70% of actually is a large nation in many
Toraja
ways.
area
Indonesia is the largest archipelagic nation in the world. Strategically, we are situated between the Asian and Australian continent and the Pacific and Indian Oceans. Indonesia is a part of international sailing and trading routes.
Let me explain.
As a result, since centuries ago, the Indonesia people have come across numerous civilizations and beliefs from all over the globe.
We are situated
Anthropologists discover the fossil
continent
of
and the
Homo
Pacific
erectus
and Indian Oceans.
popular known as the Java man, part of international sailing in the Indonesian archipelago, and raised a theory that Indonesian islands began to be inhabited between 2 million to 500 years ago.
Civilizations and
The Austronesians, ancestor of the majority of the current Indonesian people, began to migrate during 2000 before centuries, pushing away the residents Melanesians
and raised
to
a
the eastern
theory
part
that
of the Indonesian islands began to be in the
inhabited
Hindu and Buddhist kingdom from Kalimantan. Some of you may be known as Borneo before, called Borneo. We call Kalimantan Island, Sumatra, and Java between the 4th and the 14th centuries. The arrival of Arabian and Persian traders via Gujarat, India, on the 15th century carried the religion of Islam.
before centuries, pushing away
And now we are the most biggest
Kalimantan
Islam
Island,
country in the world.
Sumatra and Java between
The first contact with the
and the
European
14th
happened in
centuries.
1512
Arabian and Persian
contact with
traders
the-
via Gujarat,
when
India.
Portuguese
On the
traders
15th
come
century,
to the Molucca,
carried the religion
Maluku,
of Islam.
called Maluku Island, to seek spices and spread Catholicism. Indonesia was controlled under the Dutch and later Japanese colonialism between 1800 and 1945. And we have our independence in the year of 1945. It's already 71 years. 258 million inhabitants of Indonesia currently live in thousands of islands in under the 4th province and later Japanese colonialism 450 regencies and 93 municipalities, and embraced at least 6 major religions and other faiths, and divided into 1,340 ethnicities, and speaking in 737 local languages. The richness and diversity have and will continue to foster unlimited cultural expressions, traditions, and art. We are the largest in the world, all bound by a single national identity with a unifying official language, Indonesian Indonesian language, represented by our motto Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, meaning unity in diversity. This is coming from ancient Kawi or Old Javanese language. Following the post-colonial era and a lengthy chain of political conflicts in the world, Indonesia economy in the 1970s began to experience a rapid growth on the mining and energy sectors, as well as farming. And in the last 2 decades, manufacturing, trading, and services sectors have become the new driver of Indonesia's economic growth. Now, our newly elected President Joko Widodo, as the President of Republic of Indonesia for following period, have declared 2 new sectors to be the foundation of the economy in the future, namely maritime and creative economy. Now, as a great state and nation, Indonesia holds an exceptionally large potential in creative economy. Between 2002 to 2008, the creative sector has contributed 7% of GDP, or 6th largest compared to other industries for our country. Indonesia holds an ever-increasing annual growth led by President Joko Widodo, to believe that creative economy will become a pillar of Indonesia economy in years to come. 7% of GDP. Furthermore, the President have also emphasized for our country that through creative economy, we are also aspire to be present among other nations with honor, respect and reference. A desire to be a nation that can form its own civilization, a great creative nation who can contribute notability to the global civilization. Through creative economy, Indonesian Agency for Creative Economy, or we call it in acronym in Indonesia called BECRAF, was formed on 20 January 2015. A great creative nation, and probably we are the only country that have the government Indonesian Agency for Institution that name it creative economy acronym in Indonesia to maximize the substantial goals of turning Indonesia into a major force of creative economy by 2030. And it is at the core of BECRAF, or Indonesian Agency for Creative Economy, to develop the ecosystem of 16 creative economy subsectors to optimize Indonesia resources, to disrupt, support, and create world-class creative breakthrough. The 16 subsectors are digital developer, creative economy, architecture, interior design, visual communication design, product design, fashion, film, animation and video, photography, and craft. You have the product already. Culinary, music, publishing, advertising, performing arts, fine arts, and the last one, television and radio, in the sense of content. Indonesia's largest population serves as the backbone of creative economy, as creators, artisans, and consumers. With a bonus demography in which 70% of the population is within the productive age, in the sense of content, 15 years old to 60 years old, between 2020 and 2030. Along with the boundaries, richness, and diversity of the culture and tradition mentioned earlier. The technology infrastructure that is being developed massively will also contribute a strong digital culture. Just in 2015, there were 88.1 million internet users in Indonesia, or 34% of population, and it keeps growing. 79 million active social media users, or 31%. And we are very popular. Jakarta City called as a Twitter capital. 0.1 million internet users, because we are one of the 34%, I think the top city, compete with Rio, because very million users of Twitter, social media users, or 31%. And we are very popular. 19 Jakarta City, 9 million e-commerce shoppers, or 27%. Because with all this potential, our agency aims to have the creative economy sector contribute 12% to the GDP, create 13 million employment, and contribute 10% of export income of our country in 2019.
Our agency
The substantial growth of creative economy impact directly on the increased prosperity across the nation. If the economic resources were previously owned by the state and major capital holders, today they are distributed among millions of creative economy agents.
Our agency
At the same time, creative economy also drives social transformation. After the first wave of social change, which is traditional farming, and the second modern industry and services, creative economy accelerates Indonesia into a new era of civilization based on information, creativity, and local culture. At the same time, members of the society from the previous era who were subject to the state's agenda are now affecting many of state's policies. Improvement and equal distribution of prosperity and social transformation will eventually create a new social relations that are more balanced and require new social environments. Our agency, along with other ministries, regional government, and creative economy players, initiate supportive municipal infrastructure ecosystem. As many as 52 municipalities have joined and collaborate to develop creative economy potential on the national and international levels within the Creative Cities Network platform. Our Indonesian Creative Cities Network are those that continuously conduct research and development to cultivate economic development built to drive creativity. The engine for creativity comprised of creative and innovative concepts supported by a collection of institutional infrastructure contributing to the elements of government, academic, business, and community creativity, and support of modern
the engine for creativity
infrastructure of creative and development of creative cities will create new living space, strengthen the creative culture, and optimize cultural resources and local traditions. Within those creative cities, the growth of creative economy will be fully accelerated, not just a new force of economy, but also a new paradigm for Indonesia. Our agency will always open to collaborate with every stakeholder in the advancement of the creative economy, whether as economic driver, force for social transformation and development of areas and communities centered around information, creativity, and local culture. And as a new paradigm for Indonesia now, a lot of whether as economic ungoverned force for social transformation joining and development of areas and communities centered around information. As a, for example, I myself starting my career and as a new paradigm for Indonesia now. A lot of my career is 23 years in advertising business. Now joining, I just elected years ago as a communities centered around information. So we welcome to discuss about myself, Indonesia, and the opportunity to have a collaboration in the creative economy sector in Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I just elected years ago as a community
This is fascinating.
we welcome
We will have to
discuss
wait before
about
asking questions,
Indonesia
but
and
I have quite a few questions for you.
to have a
And
collaboration in the creative economy sector.
need to be re-invited.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hero too. The develop because this is a new agency. It's fascinating. Fascinating question to follow. I have quite a development question for you.
Collaboration in the
Now we're going to move to Hawaii. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I must say this is one of my favorite states.
Thank you.
Because
Thank you very much. Aloha, everyone. I'm going to stand up over here because I do want to be able to see the screen. So aloha and welcome.
Thank you very much.
I must say this is one of my.
I want to make sure I can see everyone. I'm really honored to be here today.
Aloha,
Everyone. I want to tell you a little bit about my background and how I wound up stand up very similarly. Was not a government person at all, but worked as a professional in the television and film industries. born and raised in Hollywood, and now I'm on the 36th year of my 3-week vacation in Hawaii. And I really love it there, and I'm going to stay. I think that's the plan for me. And so, coming from the private sector and being an entrepreneur myself, having this opportunity to work in an area where you're really the champion for people that are in all of the creative sectors, and I really love it there, and technology sectors. I think that's the plan for all part of our creative economy in the state. So it's a real honor to be here to represent the state of Hawaii and all of our various islands, and to sort of dispel the myth that Hawaii is only for a vacation. We want you to think about Hawaii differently, and so I'm going to share a little bit about that today and how we are working with our community as well as our creative and cultural iconic communities to, what we say in Hawaii is to develop a pono or do the right thing, rounded kind of way to market our cultural and creative industries. Because when you are dealing with a host culture and cultures from around the world, it is really important to be respectful of where that idea or where that concept or the product comes from. So go ahead and change the next slide. Rounded kind of way to it has animation in there, so please slow down. Because one of the things that I think is important, and we're talking about urban renewal today, I'm going to highlight 3 areas: the media area, arts and culture, and then the role that media has in Hawaii's perception of being a place that is a tourism destination, but now, of course, is much more than that. It is known as a growing creative hub of the Pacific. So this image here, which you're probably familiar with, the president, and many of our local artists have now become very successful in the urban core because they're taking what they know from their talents and really reshaping that. Next slide, please. So this image here to help us understand why it's okay to monetize art in a way that's very out-of-the-box thinking. This is our mission, and we're focused in these key areas of strengthening our creative economy through the development of talent, the development of our infrastructure, and then being able to attract investment for all of the creative sectors in Hawaii. Next slide, please. So Creative Industries Division was established in 2003. We're like a startup in the government, if you will. And we focus on these 3 areas. We oversee all of the film production for the state of Hawaii, the management of the film tax credit, in addition to the management of the film studio. And then for business development, we're very focused in the creative, cultural, and interactive and new media sectors. Next. And we feel, and I think the other panel touched on this earlier, that the ubiquitousness of creativity as well as innovation economy and technology, all these things work together to really strengthen, I think, Hawaii's role in the greater creative economy discussion. Talking a little bit similar to Indonesia, though our numbers are not as great because we're a small state in the middle of the ocean, gateway to Indonesia. And our GDP is 3.3 billion, which represents 4.2% of the overall GDP. And this is a fairly consistent number for us. We've grown 14.2% since the office was established, and a lot of what we've been doing is focusing on building those clusters, strengthening them, and the cross-collaboration between the clusters to help them, to help them succeed. So as you can see on the hit parade of GDP, I'll do my Vanna White, So creative industries outpaces construction sometimes. This year, because we have huge urban development going on Oahu, we've flipped. But we are in the top 10, which I think for us represents something very significant. With tourism and the government sectors being very strong in Hawaii, our governor, our legislature all feel that creative economy is the area of significant growth, along with our startup community, Startup Paradise. Keep it going. So we're just going to talk about very briefly these 3 concepts in relation to the topic today of how is culture and creativity helping Hawaii position itself and really help our artists to not only monetize their work but reach all kinds of new levels in the world. You may be familiar with TV production in Hawaii. How many have seen Hawaii Five-0? I'm sure you have. Okay, thank you for watching. The film industry has traditionally been what people think about in the creative economy. And over the years that I've been running the agency, we have really made significant strides in not only being a #1 destination for tropical destination filmmaking and creating jobs, of course, which is very important, but next slide, please. Now we're very focused on the export of our creative content. And our signature program that we developed back in 2012 is called Creative Lab Hawaii. And I'd like to acknowledge our executive director today, Michael Palmieri. Thank you for joining us. This program is really important to me because what we're doing is leveling the playing field. As you know, creativity has no bounds, no boundaries, but especially in the media industry, it's always been traditionally hard to break in. We bust down those walls. We've had some incredible successes in this area, and I encourage you to visit creativelab.hawaii.gov to learn more about what we're doing in the areas of media, fashion, music, and then interactive. And you can go ahead and scroll through the key points of where we're focused. So entrepreneurial development is very key. We're at 1776 here in Washington, D.C., a major hub of idea development and turning and monetizing these ideas into something very important. We do that now with Creative Lab, and it's a photograph of our it's a great cohort. I think there's 3 there all together, both for fashion and media. One of our biggest successes, I don't know how many of you are familiar with how the media industry works, but let's just take television series. In the early days of television, you had to be a writer on a show and then work your way up. You might be able to get a deal with a network. But today, in today's world, we're very fortunate that we have the ubiquitousness of the internet and direct to broadband so that we're able to create our own works, and the artist maintains much more of the rights. That's what Creative Lab is instilling in all of our filmmakers, our media makers. And one of our recent success stories actually is a gentleman by the name of Josh Kim, who co-produced a wonderful film called How to Win at Checkers Every Time. He was in our 2013 screenwriting lab, and from that lab was able to refine the script to a point where he attracted investors, including Thailand investors. And the film itself was accepted in the Berlin International Film Festival last year and was the official Thailand entry because of the co-production financing and the great work of Josh and his team. That was accepted as an entry for Thailand in both the Golden Globes and the Academy Awards. So an enormously short amount of time for development. The passion, obviously, of the creative behind the idea and the nurturing that we get in the lab really made a difference there. So just one example of how we are reshaping the IP conversation in Hawaii. These are some of our significant partners, Writers Guild of America. These are all major industry organizations that, you can go to the next slide, that also are part of our film, television, and media industries in the U.S. And we're part of the High Growth Initiative, so I never thought in my wildest dreams that being the head of creative industries meant that I could go next door to the Hawaii Strategic Development Corporation and actually get investment money from them. I was like, what? You're investing in creatives? And they are. So I think in Hawaii, we're incredibly fortunate that we have the Hawaii Strategic Development Corporation, our High Tech Development Corporation, and creative industries working together under the banner of the High Growth Initiative for our state. And our governor, Governor David Ige, is someone that has really championed both creative in the media side and the technology side. So we're very, very fortunate that we have that kind of support. And these are a few of our other accelerators just listed there to give you a sense of, all right, well, there's a lot of collaboration happening in Hawaii, and we're looking forward to collaborating with other people around the world. In fact, the Creative Lab Accelerator itself welcomes applicants from all over the world, not just Hawaii. And I want to touch on this because culture is very important to me and what I do in Hawaii. We must be respectful of the place where we live. We are very grateful that, I'm very grateful personally that I was accepted by the local community, and so whatever I do, I want to be sure that I am walking the talk correctly and being sure that I honor that cultural tradition. This is a wonderful painting by artist Herb Kane. Many of you have seen double-hulled canoes. I'm not sure, next slide please, We have the good fortune of having the Polynesian Voyaging Society and the work that they have done over the last 15 to 20 years to reinstill the idea of navigation and the importance of this lost art form, which really was how the archipelago and the rest of the areas of Polynesia originally got how people traversed and discovered new lands. So much like explorers in space, we recognize people like Mao and the navigators who taught the new generation how to navigate the globe, circumnavigate with only the stars, the winds, and the action of the sea. Now, if that isn't a creative approach to problem solving, I don't know what is. And so I bring this up because not only is the culture important, and right now, next slide, around the world, our canoe, the Hokulea, I don't know how many of you might have seen it here in DC when it stopped by. Okay, so now we have a cultural initiative, which is to spread the word that our planet and our oceans of the world need to be taken care of, or as they say in the Hawaiian language, Malama, taking care of Honua, the oceans and the sea. And that has predicated something even more amazing, and this gets to our street artists and how culture plays a role in the active arts community in Hawaii. We have a new development in Oahu called Kaka'ako. It is like a lot of urban redevelopment, major design, not many architects though from Hawaii represented in some of the design, but some of them are included in other areas. So the urban revitalization is key to giving a palette for artists to succeed. So this is the work of, go ahead, this is the work of Powwow, one of our amazing creative companies that has not only made a name for themselves locally in Hawaii, but is now traversing the globe, gathering artists from all walks of life and all destinations, including South by, and of course, Washington, D.C. Next slide. So you can actually, you know, it's an important interpretation to be able to be in a city or be in a region where your artists are influencing not only their own lives and being able to work at what they do and get compensated for it, but also for them to be able to share culturally their own perspectives on where they came from and who they are. And this piece is actually from a powwow event held here in Washington, D.C., and a very unique take on Harriet Tubman. What I like about the fact that our artists are traveling to cities like Washington is that we have a whole new reach and a whole new appreciation of what Hawaii artists are about. You know, very similar to the beautiful weaving that we just received from our friend from Indonesia. 808 Urban is a brand that then became a new brand grew out of Powwow, and the folks there decided to launch a product line. So like any good product line, you also want to partner with people, and the shoe on the bottom and this other image is the result of people looking to license the work. So license that cultural essence from not only where it came from, but where else could it be placed. And so the Nike licensing with Kicks Hawaii was really influential. Next. We have many of our artists and designers that are really making new strides in our fashion industry. And now we have, we're on the radar for many, many folks in New York and Los Angeles. So very proud to see that the designers are also in the urban core, revitalizing shops, revitalizing areas that before were really abandoned spaces. And so one of the most important things that I believe, you know, major airlines, people that are in corporations are now starting to embrace Hawaii's creatives in new ways. Artists are painting, so the Powwow artists have also done work for our airline industry, and then one of our signature designers, Sig Zane, and his son have now embarked on a whole new era of the design in ways that we never saw them use it before. So I really believe that, you know, as we all know, there's the arts and technology that makes our lives right now a lot better and brings us a lot more to be able to celebrate with each other. Next. And we believe in the power possibility of connecting all of these creative communities together in ways that we feel is going to really help drive not only our economy in Hawaii, in turn influence the economy of the United States and our role with our partners from around the world, because you know, America was founded on the idea of creation and creating and inventing things, and you really can't have a great invention unless you have a creative idea or way to solve that problem. So whether it's entertainment or a new take on culture or a way to influence the decision makers in your area, I think using the creative industries, the creative arts, and go ahead next, finding ways to be able to influence and also take care of yourself for future generations is very important. So this is Kamea sitting on one of our founders of Powwow. Next. And just wanted to leave you with the notion that, you know, we're all kind of voyaging in new territory here. We're really grateful that Creative Industries Hawaii was invited to participate. And next slide. And we look forward to you know, going inside, finding the best way to partner with others and to share and celebrate the value of creative industries and the creative economy in the world today. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Inspiring.
Well, thank you.
Very inspiring. Our third speaker is Nicholas Johnstone from the IFC, the World Bank. Nicholas?
Good. Thank you, Marcy. And thank you, Dennis, also for inviting me to this. This is somewhat unusual for me. I don't think many of you would associate creativity with banking. But I will try to make that link today. So I'm actually not a banker. I'm a property specialist. And there's a little bit more creativity in property. As you will probably all realize yourselves, you probably all own a house. You probably have something to do with the urban infrastructure, working in offices, shopping in shopping centers, perhaps even receiving goods from Amazon from time to time. We're involved in making sure that the commercial infrastructure, warehousing, office towers, shopping centers, together with housing, is enabled in emerging markets. So the IFC is the private sector arm of the World Bank. The World Bank is made up of 5 different organizations, the most obvious one being the one that works with government to try to shape policy and to try to achieve 2 primary goals. The first is to eradicate poverty, which is defined. It's under $2 a day income. And to spread wealth. Again, that is defined, but it's basically about trying to grow the middle class. So the primary objective that the IFC is involved with in working with the private sector is to find business that is looking to expand their operations in emerging markets like Indonesia. And we've recently concluded transactions with Ciputra, which is a large developer building a lot of housing, both in Jakarta, but also throughout Indonesia. They needed support. They weren't able to get their support from local commercial banking for a number of different reasons. IFC is willing to be more creative in its approach towards funding development companies, and so we were able to provide them support. Now, the real benefit of an organization like the IFC is that we are catalytic. We approach an opportunity to provide support. We analyze it. We work out whether we believe in the product, in the idea that's being presented to us, and if we support it, we then provide funding, we provide advice, we try to improve corporate governance, and in doing so, and it becoming public, other organizations and banks and investors typically will join us and help those local businesses to grow. So inevitably, we are operating in somewhat fragile economies. We're working in areas that people find, or other organizations find, perhaps too risky to go into. Think of many American businesses. America has such good economic growth opportunities that they really don't see the point of going to other countries to risk their business. But what we try and do as an organization is to do exactly that. We try to bring successful businesses and successful organizations to come into emerging markets, to transfer knowledge and experience and the ability to bring investment. And we then try to find ways to generate this reduction in poverty and the spread of wealth. So in deciding what we do, we consider not only profitability, and inevitably we don't want to support something which is not going to be profitable. We always seek to find opportunities to be profitable, and typically we are profitable. So we make a lot of money, and a lot of that money is then redistributed to the 40 poorest countries around the world, and it's granted. So the work of the organization is very supportive of these difficult and sometimes conflict-afflicted states. I am recently involved in a project in Juba in South Sudan, and as you probably know, it's in the middle of a war, essentially. I mean, they talk about a ceasefire, but now the vice president has been almost exiled, and still we are looking for ways to introduce shopping centers into Juba. And of course, the people there need this type of infrastructure, but who is going to invest into an economy like that? It's one thing to be able to try and encourage local people who already live there, who inevitably will be willing to do this, but if they don't have the capacity, if they don't have the experience, this can be very, very difficult. So typically we would go to other local and neighboring countries and find developers and investors to go into these local areas and develop their expertise. So that is really the value of what the IFC is able to bring to these economies. Very creative in some respects, but at the same time we're very nervous about that element of it. We are not risk takers particularly. We have to take risks, but we have to be very conscious of how to mitigate those risks and how to manage those areas. A lot of our work is now focused on Africa. Africa is an emerging continent. 13 of the top 20 countries that are expected to grow, according to the IMF, over the next 5 years are based in the African continent, in sub-Saharan Africa. And so a lot of our strategy is to find ways to bring investment and to grow the business in many of these African countries. And they would be probably focused on East Africa, West Africa, Portuguese Africa, and the French-speaking African countries as well. We're also very active in Latin America. We've been very active over the last few years. It's been a little bit quiet in the last couple of years, but I anticipate that that will begin to pick up again, and we're looking at projects in Colombia, many of the Central American countries, and no doubt Brazil will come back again. Obviously that's taken quite a hit in the last couple of years, but hopefully with the Olympics and everything else, the big focus back into Brazil, there'll be opportunities for us to go back into that country. We don't do anything in North America. This is not an emerging economy, as surprising as that might seem to many of you. But it's a base for us. We employ about 4,000 people. We have about 1,500 people here in Washington, D.C., and the rest are spread through about 90 different offices around the world. And we have a decentralization policy, so we're trying to push people out, but obviously D.C. is a very good central location for us to be able to operate from. So I think we are always looking for new innovative ways to expand and improve the impact that we have on these emerging markets. In the housing sector, it's extremely complicated and difficult because really what we're focusing on is affordable housing, and typically, of course, in affordable housing, you don't have the margins, so there's very little incentive to go into affordable housing, but it's what we need to do. There's a huge demand and really very little supply, which of course inevitably ends up with these sprawling, informal residential neighborhoods or slums. So our approach here is to try to work with government as well as the private sector. We get involved in things called public-private partnerships, which are agreements essentially between the various different sectors involved in any particular project. So we're trying to seek support from government to provide low-cost land, as well as infrastructure, water, electricity, roads. Typically governments in emerging markets aren't really set up to help with this sort of thing. They have their other needs and requirements, but we spend time with them both through the World Bank at government level and IFC with other private sector players to try and come together and create schemes and opportunities to create profitable, affordable housing projects. And so I think you know, we of course spend a lot of our time analyzing and strategizing and going into new schemes. Inevitably, we suffer from non-performing loans as well, like in any other form of banking institution. And this, I think, is perhaps one of the more interesting creative areas for us, because rather than address a non-performing loan by saying, okay, we have to pull out and you lose your equity and you sell and we take a haircut. Rather than doing that, we restructure. We look at much longer loans. We are not constrained by providing profits. We don't need to, or we don't have to provide profits as a private bank would have to. So we would then look at each particular case and try to find ways to bring in other investors. We try to find ways to reshape the plan, which hasn't worked out, perhaps because of political situation, perhaps because of the economy. Inevitably, with real estate, you're involved in cycles. So there are times when the economy is booming and everybody wants to get into it and you start schemes, and then the economy falls away and the cycle comes off, and that's when you need deep pockets, which fortunately the IFC has and the World Bank has. So then we can provide additional support. And you know, we are looking for collaboration. We're looking for investors to join us in particular schemes. And at the end of the day, the real estate sector is not really about bricks and mortar so much as it is about people. And we need to find ways of convincing people to support and to provide energy to be able to look for the long term and provide for future generations. So I believe the bankers are creative in many ways, and obviously I'm very happy to answer any questions when the time comes.
Thank you.
Well done.
So we had three very interesting presentations this morning, and maybe just to start the conversation, at least two of you, maybe three of you, have mentioned the issue of social transformation linked to creative economies. At the bank, it's about also eradicating poverty. You mentioned diversity. So I would invite the panelists here to comment on how do you also bring, if we talk about urban renewal, the community or communities in, and the issue of diversity. Diversity is something that I certainly believe that should be celebrated. We are here in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States. I can tell you as a Canadian, I also believe that diversity is what makes my country rich and what makes your country rich. And listening to you, and the motto, I cannot repeat it in Indonesian, but I heard the word, how you embrace diversity. And this is something that in the context of creative economy, social transformation, at the local level, how can we bring this together, and how do you engage with the communities? So I'd like to start with you, and then hear also from Hawaii, and in the case of the bank, to also, if you could share with us, Nicholas, the experience of other countries.
So, Indonesia, we live scattered in 17,000 islands. We have, so it's in terms of the infrastructure, communication, unity, we keep facing the new challenge, how to face it. And also our political history. For years, Indonesia is development is controlled from the central government. Like 40 to 50 years we experienced this. So actually Indonesia is just started to have this real democracy, where we now have to elect every. We have election for every level of these local leaders. So this is a new experience also for the Indonesian people. So in the sense, I think we are still trial and error. But one thing for sure now, with this new situation, especially for the creative sectors, we need to start with the local or community initiative ideas first. The government now working, we have to work hard to identify its area of Indonesia and support them. That's why this we start with what we call Indonesia Creative Cities Network. So we ask every local leaders to join this initiative, and also there from the academic sides, from the community sides, and from the business sides in the local in the cities, and then they define. We help them to define what kind of ecosystem that they need to support to flourish the creative ideas in the area. So it's province or its cities, they have their own different style of creativity. That's what we need to support, because previously, actually, because of the decision made by central government, we keep building the facilities, but sometimes the facilities didn't fit the needs of the communities. And in Indonesia, we have a lot of abandoned buildings because of that. So now we're starting from the needs of the community. Actually, we just started probably for the last 10 years. So I think that should be the new approach of the development. It should be coming from the communities, local economies, with what kind of ecosystem they need. So then the central government, like our agency, is actually represent the central government. How we can help them to set up a better ecosystem, the better. Otherwise, but now there's an opportunity for us because of the technology development that can help the creative economy business from the local easy to market. Now our agency is joining all the biggest e-commerce platform in Indonesia and bring them traveling across the nation to motivate all the creative player in Indonesia to market their products through this e-commerce platform, and it's more easier now. Probably, I don't know. I think we have one case, very special case in Indonesia that you cannot imagine probably in other country, especially the developed country like USA. There's one e-commerce. I don't know. We call it e-commerce. It's like Uber application. We call it Gojek. Gojek is a motorbike taxi, but it's not official. So someone create an application asking any individual with motorbike can make money with their motorbike. So you can order any food. You can order to travel from one place to another place, especially in big cities where we have massive traffic jam problems, like in Jakarta. It's the easiest way. Through your application, you have a map. So this Gojek, the application called Gojek, is a the very success, massive success. They also bring all the business increase, like the culinary business, like small food store. Like usually, if you know, there's a small restaurant 15 kilometers from where your office is, but you're craving to eat that food, then you can order. You just wait in the office, and it's very cheap. Also, the delivery now. So this Gojek application bring all this what we call it warung or food stall business is increasing a lot of business from this. So this type of solution is so usually at the time if they're like in the very remote island, if there's some coffee industry or the handicraft industry, usually they have to wait like for months to distribute their product. Now it's more easy. So we see this the technology will help the decentralization of the opportunity very much quicker for us.
Thanks. It's very interesting how because how you bring the communities. You mentioned the business sector and the academic sector. That's another sector also that Hawaii.
Yes. Oh, thank you. You know, I think being able to bring communities together is where we start on most everything, and being that the Native culture is really has always focused on that concept. I think it's easy for us. It's sort of second nature. So from the state perspective, we do bring together the city and counties, our economic development counterparts at those regions. Again, we're a state that is separated by water, so we're sort of in a similar situation, not as many islands, of course, but and so using technology as well as our networks of people are really helping us to redefine what we need to in terms of what are the needs for those communities. I sympathize with the idea of too many buildings that are empty, and you know, we're very pragmatic, I think, in Hawaii about doing a lot of intensive, you know, study and gathering information and data in order to be able to plan appropriately and really leverage the tax dollars and more public-private partnerships. So we're very involved in that. I think the other area that's very important is the idea of affordable housing and collaborative spaces for creatives. So whether it is a great facility like 1776 or it's something like ArtSpace, which has been very successful in other regions of the U.S., and we will have one in Hawaii as well, all part of that urban development dialogue. And then at the federal level, I know that there's the planning document that really informs the Economic Development Administration in the Department of Commerce, the Creative Economy Development Strategy, which every county participates in. Everyone meets on a regular basis to strategize the long-term infrastructure needs. And then when it gets right down to it, you really have to be listening to your constituents all the time, and it is sometimes difficult in a state that you're not going to see everyone up close and personal. But we stay connected. We have to. And I think that there's a lot that the world can learn from cultures that are from other places. And so, you know, collaboration with others that are doing unique things that might benefit your area would also be the next way to inform what your decisions would be for your respective agency or your space or your town or state.
Thank you. Diversity. So I think this is perhaps one of the most important aspects of the World Bank's character. The World Bank, or specifically IFC, has 156 members. So there are something like 180 countries in the world. Depends on how you define them. 156 of these are members or shareholders of the IFC, and we have 90 offices. So what I find interesting about this organization is that the organization focuses very hard on making sure it is as balanced as possible. I think our current female population is 40% of the organization. We still haven't had a female chief executive yet, but there are lots of. It's happening. There seems to be a trend these days. And every time we make an investment, we involve a large number of people from totally diverse backgrounds. So, and it's an extraordinary process. So we have a number of experts, and I would be one of those experts. Whenever we're dealing with a real estate investment, I would be on that panel. And then we would have probably another 15 to 20 individuals, some of whom understand what we're dealing with and some of whom don't. And they're there specifically to kind of disrupt and to generate thought and to challenge and these are all very intelligent people who've got lots of experience in other areas, and they just don't necessarily understand what it is that you think is obvious. And so our investment meetings take probably 5 or 6 hours. I sit in a room with a panel of screens in front of me, and we have perhaps 6 or 7 different offices around the world involved in that meeting. So we're all connected by video and voice. We have people dialing in on their telephones because they're traveling or they're doing whatever they're doing, but they want to participate. And we have a chairman who has to try to manage the meeting. It's often a bit difficult. But it's an exciting process because we are encouraging new ideas. We want a new approach, and out of that kind of difficult arrangement where you've got these different interests comes a thread, comes a concept, and inevitably we start the meeting knowing what the objective might be, but we often end the meeting either with a red light, basically that we're not going to progress with it because it's clear that something is wrong and we're really concerned about it, or an amber light where we recognize that we want to do something, but there are a number of things that need to be changed before we're prepared to give it the green light. And one of my responsibilities is to is to, particularly with real estate, is to say whether we are correct in getting involved in that particular project that we're analyzing. But, and so my voice comes from experience. I've been doing this now for nearly 35 years. And I've been involved in Asia for 25 of those years, in Africa for the last 4 years, in Eastern Europe for a number of years. And I think the other aspect, of course, being that I've been through a number of property cycles. So I've experienced collapses, I've experienced growth, and I've got all of this experience, very specifically real estate. And having that diversity of other people and other backgrounds to challenge everything, you know, I think is very valuable. And whilst it's difficult for the chairperson who's running that meeting, you know, hopefully they're experienced and they know how to do it. So that's where we go.
Thanks a lot. Another question I have is, while listening to you, I was like, what are for each of you and your organization, your agency, what you would say the obstacles or the critical challenges that you see for the near future, or something you would say, this is something we would need to do, we haven't done, or what do you see as the must do, but for it could be for budgetary reasons or political reasons or you know, lack of human resources, or something that you see as not necessarily in the near term, but looking towards 2025, 2030, something that you in terms of your experience, that would be, for instance, Hawaii, but maybe more general.
Okay, that's great. That is such a natural. And, oh, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I enjoyed your presentation. Okay, same here.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
don't think there is any particular. Sure.
No effect on what happens. You're having difficulty hearing. The simplest solution is to move closer to the front. Try to project obviously as much as possible, but we're recovering off on elocution and projection.
All set? Yes, absolutely. Please come forward.
We don't bite.
Please come forward. If you dare. If you dare. So we are going to kick it off. We are the post-lunch panel. I hope everyone had a nice lunch. My name is Uwe Brandis. I'm professor of practice at Georgetown University, and I lead the Urban and Regional Planning program, the graduate degree in planning at Georgetown. And it's my great honor and pleasure to be here today with this esteemed panel. We are going to turn the corner, I think, a little bit and get a little bit more local, a little bit more engaged. And we have a number of very, very interesting case studies that we're going to present. And the structure of the panel, we'll go through the presentations. If anyone has an important clarification question, by all means, interrupt us, and we'll kind of make sure that everybody's understanding what the presentation content is. But I'd ask you to hold your kind of more polemical questions until we finish the three presentations. And for our presenters, what I'd like to do is kind of move through the presentations as quickly as we can. And then we're going to open it up and really have a conversation. I'm very excited that we have this panel. We span many corners of the world, so this is going to be fascinating. We're going to start with Don Diduck, who's going to talk to us about First Nations in Canada. And Don, as you start your presentation, please share with us a little bit more background on who you are and why you're here.
Fair enough. Thanks, Uwe. Again, my name's Don Diduck from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. So I'm a little north and a little northwest from here. My background includes economic development. I served on the Alberta Economic Development Authority for about 12 years as a volunteer businessman, advising the Premier and the government of the day on how to build a bigger, better, faster economy in the province of Alberta. Also, I had the pleasure, and I still remain on the board called Alberta Council of Technologies, and also with Alberta by Design, and along with Alberta Creativity Network, which brought me here. And I'm really appreciative, and thanks to Dennis and this esteemed group to join with you in these important discussions. So the theme of the role of creative industries and creativity in economic and social development, really tying back to Indigenous peoples. The title talks about First Nation, but I would defer to Indigenous people to allow for the inclusion of Métis people who are of mixed European nationality, along with Inuit, who are the Indigenous people of the north, the far north. All of these having traversed across what used to be, from northern Asia, across Siberia, over through Alaska, into continental U.S., through Alaska, down through Canada, United States, Mexico, Central America, all the way down to South America, approximately 13,500, 15,000 years ago. I am not an Indigenous person, and I don't speak for Indigenous people. However, having said that, I've had the pleasure of working with Indigenous people for the past 16, 17, 18 years, and mostly with regard to business development, economic development initiatives. Part of my motivation for that is that we need to come up with creative solutions, creative interfaces between those parties, those groups, those cultures who maybe feel disenfranchised, or through what practices in the past have circumvented the ability for us to connect and interface and engage and truly build strong working relationships. that would have allowed us to progress much more uniformly and much more collectively as a society. So it's my opinion that the future economic and social development of Indigenous people and their communities in Canada will be, in part, achieved through partnerships. So my company, Varagon Canada, builds partnerships. Our business model is built around the notion that for industry to have the social license to operate, it must engage fully and demonstrably with those that it affects. So for example, if you have an industrial development taking place in a particular local community or nearby, what has that initiative done for the local people there in order to advance their cause, to share in the economic opportunities, whether it's through training, employment, perhaps through self-employment, that type of thing. And the other half of that equation is how has that propelled them towards a more sustainable socioeconomic experience so that it goes beyond the one-time event to much more of an opportunity to extend over time the benefits that could accrue to that community. I touched on the three Indigenous groups, Métis being European mixed with First Nation or Indigenous peoples, Indigenous people also including Inuit, etc. And so there's roughly 600 distinct groups in Canada. And you'd say, how can there be so many? Well, because of the migratory pattern that occurred through the geography, the mountains, lakes, and the terrain, groups established themselves to be sustainable where they located. And as the glaciers receded 13,500 years ago, 15,000 years ago, these cultures established themselves in different parts of North America. First line of migration really went along the west coast, all the way down, right down through to Chile, and all the way across to the eastern seaboard. And we see evidence of these very magnificent communities and cultures, very rich in experience and traditions. So it's my argument today to suggest that creative industries and creativity as a whole need to make sure that we're grounded in the values that respect different cultures and that support the corresponding identities of people from those cultures. And if we don't, we run the risk of harming them and even ourselves along the way. So, for example, with the mass migration of Europeans, of which I'm a descendant of, so I will label myself that way, after 1492, there were impacts that took place that were unforeseen. Not necessarily deliberate, because disease is a product of not knowing that there could be such an impact. So even before Europeans went too far into the continent, the disease advanced well ahead of them, wiping out literally millions and millions of people. And that was the first wave of destruction of indigenous peoples across the continent. The other part was actually deliberate, and it was a policy, it was an idea. It started as an idea called assimilation, which unfortunately grew into a practice of government-sponsored programs, and it proved to be a very harmful and catastrophic failure. And only in Canada, I would say, that there's been admission of responsibility and a public apology by our Canadian government for how we treated Indigenous people ever since we came to Canada. So what are some examples of how they were treated? Well, forced relocation. So you had cultures spread across the country. They were grouped up. Some, in fact, were different cultures put together on the same piece of land that was allocated for them. There were restrictions on and off reserve. You actually had to have written permission to leave this piece of land. There were no democratic rights to vote until 1960, which isn't that terribly long ago. And then there was the great idea of something called residential schools. And if you can believe this, and it's true, is that there was a wholesale indoctrination effort where children of families of indigenous communities were taken from their families, literally without notice, taken and relocated so they could be taught to forget their cultural roots. That includes what they wore, their language, their religion, and any spiritual, spiritual beliefs that they had. Literally were taught out of them for decades and decades and decades. This is the dark side of our experience with indigenous people that I really want to make sure that sets up the context for what we need to address. What are the things we need to address? Well, when you strip the identity of a culture away, language, religion, spiritual belief, there are social consequences. And those social consequences in Canada, which we can speak to, are things like, let's start softly. We'll start softly with income. So 30% below the median income of Canadians is where Indigenous people generally are. Many live in substandard housing, often worsened by overcrowding. Suicide rate is about 5 to 6 times the national average, and there's a higher rate of substance abuse. All bad stuff. I mean, you can imagine there's more. So our federal prisons are, there's about 24% of the males in the federal prisons are Indigenous, 33% are female. Indigenous people constitute 3% of our population. So disproportionate representation in our prison systems. On top of all that, the life expectancy of Indigenous people is a full 10 years younger, less than the average male, and 8 years less for females. So life expectancy is shorter. So there's no shortage of challenges. Pick your poison, see what we can do to come up with an antidote. Now, unfortunately, we still continue with taxpayer dollars to support a faulty system, which has been fraught with inadequate funding, weak governance at the local level, and often a regular misallocation of resources. Okay, so that's as bad as my speaking notes permit me to share with you today, because there's examples of extreme circumstances. It's not necessary. My point is to set the context for you to say, okay, what can creative industries, creativity do to resolve some of these challenges we face? And they're not exclusive to Canada, but having said that, that's where we'll start. So I would challenge each of you, very great bunch of people here, to think about how you could join me in how we can fix some of these things. Fix not in terms of implementing our own values on people, but really appreciating the value brought forward by the people who we're trying to work with and engage. There was 2 days ago, I went and had the pleasure of going to the National Museum of American Indians. Now, it was interesting to go there because it was really a rewarding experience to see the richness of the culture, the things that were brought forward that are part of our everyday culture here. And having said all that, what was really kind of cool was the building itself was built by an architect, an Aboriginal architect. He's about 82 years old, but he comes from a city really close to where I come from, Douglas Cardinal. And the building is just across the river here, right in the, yeah, exactly. So it's in Washington, right downtown. What we want to also share with you, and I would like to point out, is that there has to be principles involved in how we use creative industries to solve some of our problems. So creative industries would include socioeconomic initiatives that maybe have some technological theme to it. Maybe it's a program which really respects and understands and cultivates the values that then we can actually share it, et cetera, et cetera. But there's 3 things that we would want to pay attention to, so we don't repeat what we think is a good idea and apply it incorrectly. So I'm going to sum up this way. We need to find something that is relevant. So whatever we create must be relevant. So if we talk about Pokemon Go, is that relevant as a technological solution to anything? it might offer a clue, actually, potentially. Can we channel what is relevant to the solution we're looking for? Is it resilient? Can it overcome the geological or geographical barriers, the language barriers, just the isolationist conditions that a lot of these individuals might face in their communities? So, and can withstand political change or sudden changes in circumstances. And finally, responsibility, the third R. So there's 3 R's: relevant, resilient, responsible. What does responsibility entail? It means acknowledging that if we're participating in a plan that's going to create an outcome that we're hoping for, it darn well needs to be one that there's accountability attached. Responsibility from our part, also from the local. What shared responsibility do we have when we're actually setting things in motion creatively? At the end of the day, we can measure our outcomes by how well people are treated, how well they participate. We have metrics for that called what's the education level, what is the employment level, what's the self-employment level, what is the quality of life really about in terms of education, health, social interaction, family structure, all those good things that we like to believe are important to us. So those are my comments. I would challenge each of you to think about what we can do together to make an effective change with our indigenous communities, individual people who really offer a lot more than what we might take for granted. And that's my comments.
Great. Thank you so much, Don. That's fantastic. That's great. Thank you. So we're going to keep going, and then we're going to circle back for dialogue. So I'd like to turn it over now to Patrick Kabanda. And Patrick, give everyone a little bit of a background on you and why you're here.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here. I hope you all can hear me. So I have a huge Ugandan accent. And one thing to remember me is my last name is Kabanda, and I'm from Uganda. So can remember that. So if you need me to clarify something, please let me know. I've been here for almost 20 years, and I still speak like a Ugandan. So if you get any confusion, please have any thing to clarify, please let me know. So the topic here is very exciting, and that's why I am here, and very happy to be here with Uwe and Don and Horatio. Yes, and so it's wonderful to discuss this topic. And the role of creative industries and creativity in economic and social development is a huge sort of issue with tremendous opportunities. But after hearing Don speak about Canada, I'm like, if you go to Africa, this is going to be times 100. The challenges we have are quite immense. And these days, I think most of you have heard of the Panama Papers and how all these monies are being hidden in Panama. And I'm joking to people that now that Panama Canal is finished, so people are going to start hiding money under the Panama Canal. But Africa, this is not a new thing. Africa is one of the richest places you'll ever find in the world. But unfortunately, these resources have not really helped the average African. And I think even my colleagues I work with will agree that Africa has been rising, but there's a lot of also rising in wealth, but also many more people are actually left behind. So we need to do a lot to help people. Yeah, and unfortunately, the solutions which are proposed for Africa's development and growth and progress normally tend to focus on at least the things we normally hear: oil exploration, let's dig out of minerals. And if you look at most of the countries like Congo, which have a lot of minerals, actually they're always in trouble, partly because of these resources, the money is actually skimmed off and nothing's really done which is meaningful to help these countries move forward like Congo. So when I look at the creative industries, for me, one thing I sort of want to always hammer down, talk more about, is the idea of economic diversification. And I talk about economic diversification as trying to eat food. So if you come from where I come from in Uganda, we're a meat-based culture, in that the more meat you eat, basically, the more it's good for you. And actually, if you don't eat meat, you're not wealthy. So if you eat vegetables, it's actually not good. But like a balanced diet, it tells us you have to eat a little mangoes and eat a little vegetables and maybe some meat and fish. You just don't eat meat. But this idea of focusing on extractive industries is sort of saying countries should just focus on eating meat, which is actually not good for you. So, and I think that creative industries have a role to play in economic diversification. And the question is that then how? Now, one thing I want to talk about is intellectual property, which you may know about here, copyright and patents and stuff. Africa is a place where we have a lot of creative knowledge. You may hear about gold and silver and all these minerals, but actually another big sort of bucket of wealth is in the creativity. And Africa is so big that you can put the United States inside, you put China inside, you put India, and still have a huge space. So the diversity of creativity is quite great. But what can we do to get this to help people? So in the intellectual property framework, I think that we need to see how can we get ideas from Africa, like music, that's an idea, or branding items. How can that help African countries to move forward? One thing we've not done is that we focus so much on what's not in Africa instead of focusing on what's in Africa. So if we can't focus on what's there, we have to look at, okay, how can we get arrangements that if we get music from Africa, if we get branding items, how are they copyrighted? How are the distribution mechanisms actually going to help the poor if their music or creative arts are actually exported outside? That conversation, I think, needs to be really looked into carefully in that development framework. Now, one big country in Nigeria is, in Africa is Nigeria, which has Nollywood, which many of you, I think, have heard about. Now, news reports suggest that Nollywood employs 1 million people. That's a lot of people, because I don't even know if Hollywood also employs that much. And in addition to that, it contributed in 2014, according to the US Trade Commission, a whopping $600 million. And actually, Nollywood is one of the reasons why Nigeria became the #1 economy, beating South Africa. But Nollywood's biggest problem is piracy. So we don't talk much about now. When you come in this side of the world, the idea of intellectual property is mostly like it's going to create a barrier for knowledge. Like we don't have enough knowledge transfer to Africa and or developing countries. But then if you look at where we started this conversation, how can we just not focusing on drugs not reaching the poor, but also ideas like Nollywood? How can we help Nollywood capture more money through having really meaningful, appropriate intellectual property right mechanisms? And then the other thing which is looped to this is social development. In Africa, basically stories, communal life, these are all big things. And so a movie from Nollywood is not all about just entertaining you, but sometimes there are also stories which are going to be said, which Hollywood can't really capture. And like me, when I was growing up, AIDS was hitting Uganda like this big blight, and we had a lot of issues. I have classmates who passed away because of AIDS. And one person who made a difference in informing us and promoting awareness was a singer called Philo Lutaya. So Philo Lutaya was based in Sweden. He came to Uganda and organized concerts at high schools and churches to just sing about AIDS. And by that time, when you had AIDS, people will think it's voodoo. But when this musician, who actually unfortunately also contracted AIDS, he used his music to inform people about AIDS and actually how you can contract AIDS. Because sometimes there's an information gap where people do not know how actually AIDS is transmitted. When I was growing up, they used to say you can even get it from saliva. Now, you know, science is saying that's not true. So, I mean, a singer with just a song and microphone could actually talk about these things in a way politicians or policy papers may not be able to do so. And how does this relate to development? You can easily see if people are sick, there is no way they're going to actually be able to lift themselves up. And this is a social issue which actually in turn promotes economic development. Then the other thing is arts education. I know even in the United States, your man and others have been saying that we have science, technology, engineering, and math. Why don't we add in the arts to create STEAM? And a lot of people don't buy it. But quite honestly, I will tell you some of the smartest people I know, maybe I've been in a system where I'm in the kind of geographical location where people are doing so well and very smart, but a lot of them are very artistic. And there is something, I think there are papers which have come up these days which shows us that, kids who take music lessons or arts lessons are more likely to think in a more broader way. I don't see a country which will succeed by just churning out engineers or lawyers, or actually even also just artists. We need to combine these things. It goes back to the idea of a balanced diet. Let's have all these parts working together so we can have an optimal outcome. Because the diversity of challenges we face cannot be, there's no one bullet. Let's look at it in multiple ways. And also this idea that some people who grow up to just be artists, they want to be the Michael Jacksons. Why should we deny them that chance to do that? Because they're also contributing to our well-being or happiness in a certain way. And also actually economic growth, this is a theory these days that, not actually even this, has been going on for a while, that actually growth is promoted by innovation and knowledge. It's not just like a bunch of having physical things, but how you think in the mind. If arts education can help us think better, then places like the United States, Africa, and elsewhere, you need to combine this to see how the arts can help us produce better students, better thinkers, better citizens, and even better policy makers. And then the other thing which is really, I think, pertinent to Africa is the branding issue. Many times, I remember when I came here, I was so skinny, I'm still skinny, and people will think I don't eat because, I am so skinny. The thing is that Africa, people are starving, and they have problems. It's so prevalent. Now, that's not going to take us so far, because if you look, if I come to you and I think we have a problem already, the bargain system is off balance. So branding, the arts can help Africa be a shining example of what creativity is all about. And then to really answer, how do we get to this, to get the arts to contribute to all these opportunities? Which may also get to what we are talking about, that the description of what I'm talking about from issues and challenges could become opportunities. How do we do that? My own thinking, and I don't think it's based on any scientific reasoning, is actually a change of mindset. If you always think that the arts cannot do everything or they cannot add so much, there is no money, we are not going to be able to actually look at them as a way to move countries and people and society forward. And I'll end my remarks there. So we need to change the way we think about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. That's fantastic. Thank you. That's great. So you may notice we have 3 speakers, not 4, as is on the program. And so we'll finish out with Horacio Gavilan.
That's it. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. And I thank you, Dennis, again for inviting us today. And I want to start by telling you about who we are, what we do, because I think it's important. And actually, for those of you who were here this morning, Alex Lopez Negrete, he's a member of my association, a founding member. So we're AHA, Association of Hispanic Advertising Agency, AHA, the voice of Hispanic marketing. And really, we are an ecosystem of companies who are in the Hispanic space. People who we market, we advertise, and we reach the Hispanic community. Agencies, media companies, research companies, experiential companies, anyone who's vested in this space. Just to give you a couple figures, I think Alex mentioned this morning, we're about almost a $7.5 billion industry a year. That is from 4.0 just back in 2010. The Hispanic community now is over 47 million. The buying power of that community is almost 1.5 trillion. I think we're going to be hitting that mark, if not this year, next year. So, I think we bring a very interesting perspective because, and I'll tell you a little bit story about how we came about, because I think really exemplifies, the story of why we're here. Back in the mid-90s, and by the way, like Alex said this morning, Hispanic advertising really has been going on since the 60s, but it's really started to get a national attention and traction until the 80s, when you had the big company, the Coca-Cola, saying, well, what is that all about, you know? And it was really challenging because there was no data, there was no research, so they have to go and kind of make it up as, you know, build something. And companies like Alex's were there, and they kind of figure out a way to create, you know, this $7.5 billion industry out of nothing, based on one thing and one thing only, and was we create this advertising, this creative insights that we have that's going to reach this community that cannot be done by a general market agency because they don't have the diversity and they don't have the insights. So how do you go and sell that, you know, to Walmart or to Coca-Cola, whoever it is? And even for us as an association, you know, before we existed, we were a committee of the 4As. The 4As, American Station Advertising Agencies, and they're humongous, 10,000 members, all the huge holding companies, WPPs, and the Omnicom, they're all part of this. And, you know, this group of guys and women, actually, was one of the things, and I'll mention that later, that, you know, we were, half of the agencies, you know, you go back 30 years, were founded by women. That is just unheard of in general market. I mean, unheard of. Went to the leadership of the 4As and said, you know, guys, there's stuff going on in the Hispanic market. It seems to be growing. It seems, you know, we love to do like research. We love to do conferences. We love to kind of, you know, help grow this. It's all great. And they were like, yeah, we're not interested. It's going nowhere. And I think it's very interesting, you know, people who were in the advertising industry, people who were in the creative advertising industry did not register, did not understand that this was happening. And that goes back, you know, we all seen Mad Men. You know, that's what advertising was, and actually, to some extent, it is. Actually, I believe that only about 3% of all employees of holding companies are like minorities. Actually, the 4As, it's created a whole group to look into diversity, especially with the city of New York is putting a lot of pressure on them because they still not diverse, you know, and they are a huge economy in the state of New York, in the city of New York. So, you know, it's interesting because, you know, even though we work, you know, we were with peers in the creative industry, they could not get the fact that we were bringing in something different. And still today, like I said, you know, 3% of the general market is diverse, you know, employees. So we still today, you know, we provide, because we were, you know, you go to any Hispanic agency, it's diverse 100%, and not only Hispanic, you know, multicultural African Americans. You know, I was talking to Alex this morning. I think he mentioned he's hired a creative from Australia. You know, so we're always, I think, because we are better connected and understanding what diversity brings to the table, we are ahead of it. So you know, general market agencies cannot provide those insights because they don't have the people who have those insights. So, you know, as our community continues to grow and the need continues to grow, I think our industry is better positioned to be more effective in this new America, in this new environment. And it's another interesting thing about a market is, like, everybody thinks that Hispanic advertising is about Spanish language. And actually, that's not the case anymore. Actually, you know, we are language agnostic. Actually, we look at language as a tactic, you know, not as the reason for being. But it's interesting because, you know, now, and by the way, Hispanics are 3 buckets. You either have Spanish dominant, you're either bilingual, or you're English dominant, and the largest growing segment are either bilingual and English dominant. But advertising is nothing more than creating an emotional connection. You know, it's creating something that, you know, you're watching and suddenly, poof, there it is. I can relate to that. So again, because of the creativity, because of the insights that our people have, their agencies have, and people like Alex have, we've been able to build a $7.5 billion industry that, you know, continues to grow. And by the way, I do think, and this is obviously unbiased, but I think our agencies are doing even some of the best creative right now in the country because again, that diversity really allows them to bring insights that you don't see anywhere. So, you know, we are now, actually this year we had a record year on Cannes. Our agencies won 6 Lions. I mean, that's totally unprecedented, but I think that's recognition that our industry creating I know, we're very excited. But just 10 years ago, we were not even recognized. We were not even, in the conversation. So I think, the fact that at an international level, I mean, you're competing, with the world. We're being recognized in terms of as an industry. We are where we are. And I also think it's very interesting because everybody thinks, and it's still today something, Alex is gone, but he will attest to this, is that people think that because we are targeting a minority group, a multicultural community, that we should be charging less. So there are Hispanic cameras and Hispanic talent that should be paying less, and that's another big challenge because there's the perception of the value of this market is different. So we don't. There's no Hispanic camera. Hispanic talent should be pay the same way as general market talent. But we're still fighting with that because the perception that the value of this market somehow is less. So not only are we forced to do more with less, but also we need to show high ROI. So the pressure that our agencies are under to deliver more for less is incredible. And again, going to the point is the only reason they can do that is because they have an incredible insight and can create creative that will kick anyone's behind any day. So.
That's great. Thank you very
That's our
much.
story.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. Thank you, Horacio. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to use my moderator's prerogative here. Ask a question of everyone on the panel, and I'll tell you what the question is right now. And that is, I want a single, concrete, really specific example from your work that expresses the points that you were trying to make. So I want it as concrete as possible. It could be an experience, it could be a case study, but I want a really finite, concrete example of the points that you're trying to make. And then, but before we do that, I'm going to summarize what I think I heard and kind of elevate up some of the key points. And then the third step is, and that's the interactive part, this is not going to work if this room is quiet. So let's have a show of hands of all the people who are definitely going to ask a question. All right. All right. All right. Here we go. Wake up, people. This is the post-lunch. This is the post-lunch. Okay. So think about your example. But before we do that, here's what I'm hearing. I'm definitely hearing themes about, and we heard this from Don, about values, about the authenticity of those values, and recognizing values as being authentic and respecting values, which of course we think about in human rights terms, but we don't often think about that in the context of the marketplace. Mm-hmm. So that's what I really took away from your remarks, Don, which I think is really great and worth a lot of further exploration. Patrick, you shared with us this incredible important concept of economic diversification. And how some people will call that resilience now. There's lots of different ways to describe that, but the value associated with diversification of economies. And then, of course, you talked about intellectual capital, and what I took away from that is this incredibly important concept of protecting value and properly ascribing value within the creative marketplace. Horacio, you used this word, but I think it also really sums up a lot of what you were talking about, and that is the importance of insight into the marketplace. And even amongst those of us that believe we are so sensitive to these things, even amongst us, we don't always see where the value is. Right. And so this important idea of properly diagnosing or stepping forward with market insight, and that, of course, and you most ably describe this, uncovers incredible latent markets that nobody even sees. And I think in some respects your example is amazing, but we can all, I think, imagine that there are many more latent markets that need to be discovered through additional insight, through additional sensitivity, through additional respect. And so with that, I'm going to use that as my summary of the presentations. I'd like to go, let's just go in the same order, Don. Give us something really to hold on to, and a specific example that you're most proud of or find most important.
Yes, thank you very much, Uwe. The work that I do as a private business owner focuses on a value proposition that's delivered to somebody who sees the value and is willing to pay for it or exchange something that we believe is valuable to them for what they're getting. So for example, if you see an individual brand out in the street, you go to your favorite restaurant, there's a promise associated with that brand. The brand that has been crippled and which we can rebuild through creative practices, creativity, and creative industries is the identity of individuals whose value we've diminished accidentally or deliberately. And we can actually foster that, regrow that, and then we have a relationship in which we can actually be on an equal playing field. So the concrete example is this. I help build businesses in partnership with existing businesses. So indigenous people who are motivated and want to move from where they are to where they believe they need to be, I identify an existing business, build capacity, capability, content in that business, indigenous content in an existing business. And now there's social value. Industry is looking for the social license to operate. They want to know that they're doing the right thing when they're doing something in a neighboring community. And so that's what I do in a concrete way.
That's great.
Patrick.
Yeah, so I'll actually piggyback on this, on the idea of branding. So one concrete example, which I know, and I've seen this with my own eyes in a different way, is actually the people, the Maasai people in Eastern Africa, where they live in, near the Kilimanjaro, and I think they share the southern border of Kenya with the northern border of Tanzania, because these borders were drawn arbitrary. So when I went to, I left Uganda for the first time to see another country by taking a bus ride from Kampala, the capital of Uganda, all the way to Dar es Salaam. It's a long ride, and we arrived when we looked like child soldiers because we had all the dust in our eyelids and head. But the Maasai people, we saw them on the border. Now one of our stops we had are very creative. Meaning I've never seen anything like this. I'm an African. They have the nose rings, the earrings, the necklaces. These are beautiful things. So now, branding companies are not stupid, and these are best in the Western world. They've taken pictures of a Maasai, which now you can even do by satellite. You don't need to be on a bus, right? It's a Maasai, and they've come up with ideas of how to brand Land Rovers, for example, using the Maasai name. And they sell these cars, piggybacking on the Maasai people. And the shoes, because Maasai have a certain way of running or walking, so they are shoes which you can actually find this a Maasai shoe company or something, which has nothing to do with the Maasai. So these people have come up, taken this name, selling shoes. And there's also another story I had. There's a Chinese restaurant which decided it's going to have a Maasai indicate the toilets. So it goes, you go female toilet, you see a female Maasai. Male toilet, you see a male Maasai. So some people have said this is not right. And as someone who is just, I write papers, but it's nothing like writing something and then some people actually go see it and work on it practically. So it turned out they've calculated all this branding using the Maasai name is in the billions of dollars. Over the years now, 100 billion. And these are some of the people who really would deserve a better life. But none of that money is being transferred. All this aid, I have never heard a country which says it's going to give 100 billion to the Maasai over the years. So one company to correct this has actually decided they are going to create a Maasai intellectual property organization, where if they can get the Maasai to organize themselves, they can see at least 10 million a year coming in from actually collecting royalties from using their brand. So I think that's the most concrete example where you can actually get a brand which is there in Africa, it's their knowledge I was talking about earlier, and to contribute to that development of Maasai. In a way of economic diversification, you've not built a dam, you've not built anything, but just get the knowledge you have to actually empower or help contribute to the people's progress.
That's great.
Yeah, thank you.
Tassio?
Well, I hear what you're saying. How that happens for us too. Taco Bell, Chipotle, you go down the line. So it's not any different. It is what it is. But for us, an example. I'm going to give two of them. Number one is we sell toothpaste to our community. We sell beer. We sell whatever it is. But we also believe we have a responsibility. To them as consumers, as a community. So over the years, we have created several public service campaigns. One of them was to voter registration, and we registered a record amount of Hispanics across the country to vote, nonpartisan. We've done campaigns about education, and one is the value of preschool education. Another one was on the fact that there are so few teachers or Hispanic heritage, encouraging high school students to become teachers. So we do believe that we have a responsibility to the community. We sell your toothpaste, but we also want to create some goodness within the community. And the other thing that I also want to brag about is that we are in a project right now with the Smithsonian National Museum of American History, in which they are actually collecting the history of our space, our legacy. So in 10, 20 years from now, researchers will be able to go in and look at this. It has really happened kind of underground for the last 40, 50 years. So we're very proud of that, and companies like Alex's company and some others have really donated a lot of the work that many of you haven't seen, but is now part of the whole overarching story of advertising. So we're very proud of that.
That's great. So we're going to go maybe 2 questions. Dennis, is that okay? So we've got one right here.
My question is, from everything that I've heard today, including what you've said, it seems to me that there's a lot of people on this earth, but they're not able to engender their creativity because of the environment that they're in. What do you think is one of the ways we can, as a group, together, right? Because I think that's why we're all here, to come up with specific ideas to help jump over what for me, that's that, I forget, I can't even say what it is, but it's, for me, it's the thing that's holding almost everybody back in the masses, because who's at the 1% top, they have everybody here working for them. So if they're not in touch with their creative side, they're not going to be empowered to do other things besides work for the top. So what do you think of that? I know does that make sense, that question? Okay.
So it's the kind of here and now next steps. What's the next point of action?
Well, I think that's long, and I think for our industry it's unique because we sell creative. That's what we sell. So we have conditioned to show ROI. At the end of the day, we need to show what the ROI is. We have to have everything is, the world runs on data. It doesn't run on dunking. It runs on data. And if you can show up somewhere and say, here's the data, they will listen to you, And I think, we are spoiled, my industry is spoiled because we live and die by that, and we've been forced to absolutely everything that we do, we need to show ROI. It sounds, but we must, because that's the way the business is conducted. So I think it's a challenge for all of us to make sure that, because I think a lot of corporations think about it as, well, that's a nice thing to do, but it's always separated from the business side of things. So how we need to make sure that you show the ROI, so it's not about, we can show up with a large check and take a picture and say everybody's happy, we donated. It's really about making it part of the business because there's ROI for them. That's just.
So we're pressed for time. We're going to go to one more question, and maybe you can field that. So go ahead. I'd rather have. Okay.
just to answer the question, I would like to point out that there are positive developments taking place. First of all, it's not all bleak. It's the context that we should challenge ourselves by to find solutions. So to answer the leapfrog question, I think you were looking for a word like that, leapfrogging, we used to have landlines all over the place. And those communities and those societies that couldn't afford to put copper in the ground and connect by wire suddenly found the opportunity to be able to get mobile and cellular and telecommunications. They leaped ahead. They didn't have to spend the hundreds and hundreds of billions or millions of dollars to put copper in the ground. They leaped ahead. The platform is now emerging where technological solutions will be part of that answer. Creative people who come up with a way to make it fair to trade at 1 or 5 cents a transaction without taking it in transaction fees and all that stuff. That part is going to come down. And you're going to be able to have a whole new market where people can trade with each other and it'll be worth their time at $2 a day and you're actually economically viable. That would be kind of cool.
Patrick, concrete next step?
Yeah, so I'm not a priest or very religious person, but my answer is actually going to piggyback on morality or our values. I think this is not a new idea or something I'm just concocting. We live in a world of winner-take-all economy, where like if we are competing and I'm a guy who's the best, even if you lose by 0.2 points, I get everything. So our values should teach us that why is it that income is always trickling up and up to the rich countries, so rich people in the rich world, and actually not reaching the people we are trying to help. So if we examine the fairness and equity, and I know this sounds more religious and stuff, it's where we need to go. And actually the data question is interesting because we have data that there are a lot of poor people, and we now know why they are poor and what can we do to help them. But we are actually, because what we are doing is like celebrating people who are making money. I even joke these days that we need when are we going to say a Forbes list of the world's poorest people? Because we have a Forbes list of the world's richest people. I think that will help us really see what can we do. Maybe sometimes the right thing to do is not the most kind thing to do. What can we do to try to make sure as we think, as we create and buy and share, that those who are less privileged are actually benefiting from this dynamic economy? Thank you.
I found this very inspirational. Let's give a huge round of applause to our panel. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. And Dennis, the mic is yours.
So the speaker who is not here is from Afghanistan. And I just want to call your attention to an exhibit that's at the Sackler Gallery at the Smithsonian Institution. It's called Turquoise Mountain. And if you haven't been to it, I strongly encourage you to go there and to see it. There are live artisans from Kabul who are working in that space. You will see the story of the recovery of the ancient culture and the ways of Kabul. And it's a wonderful example and living story right now of how after 40 years of devastation and complete, utter elimination of an entire way of life, how it's been brought back and how some of the crafts and the artistry and the construction techniques even that are from that era have been recovered. So I urge you to go see that. Now we're going to shift our attention. You want to be in a space where you can easily see the visuals, because our next speaker is from Gallaudet University, which is the only, as far as I know, existing university in the world that was founded explicitly for the deaf and the hard of hearing. It, of course, educates people from many other backgrounds as well these days. And as you'll discover through his presentation to you, it turns out when you really start listening and seeing people in society, it can take you to new places, and you find out that things that benefit them also are of great benefit to many, many others as well. So please welcome Hansel Baumann.
Thank you very much. My name's Hansel Baumann. I'm the campus architect at Gallaudet University, and also I founded and now run what we call the Deaf Space Institute, which is a multidisciplinary organization within the university that is currently, we're using our campus as a laboratory for experimenting and inventing ways in which we can improve the built environment to meet the needs of people who are deaf. This is a fairly novel thing. If you were to look at the American Disabilities Act, I think today celebrating its 26th birthday, its design guide out of 1,500 sections of information, about 10% of that's dedicated to communication guidance for people who are deaf. So it's a woefully underrepresented segment of the population. And interestingly enough, I think we might say is probably one of the most insightful, most creative groups of people that I've certainly ever met. Obviously, I'm a hearing architect. I met my first group of deaf people at Gallaudet 10 years ago when I realized that my new identity was that I was hearing, and that that actually is an identity, and that it's separate from people who are deaf. And I think that's what I want to really talk most about today, is the idea of really about empathy, probably more than anything else. This is, Deaf Space is really a story about the ability of what we all have to learn when we're open to learning from people who are different than ourselves. Just quickly to kind of set the stage so that we can think about the work that we do in a new way, we always kind of start with a quote to kind of get the kind of the Zen feeling in the room that this work is really built around. At the end of the day, part of what I'm talking about is exceedingly boring, which is design standards. We have a building industry today that is completely standardized. In many ways, our building industry is so kind of compartmentalized and standardized, we're all disconnected from the very shell that we live in. In many ways, it's like being disconnected from the food you eat. The food you eat, the spaces you inhabit, the languages you use, that's what our world is about. So we started to go back to the initial basic building blocks of the body and who we are in the world. And I think it's summed up very well. The occupation of space is the first proof of existence. This goes back to some of the native peoples we were just hearing a little bit about. This idea that human identity presupposes identity of place. And to me, perhaps one of the most transformative ideas is this idea that people from different cultures not only speak different languages, but also inhabit different sensory worlds. So you can see we're not talking about disabilities. I may use that word from time to time, but it is not a disability here to talk about. We're talking here today about abilities. And where that goes back to is a quote that I heard the first day I met my first deaf people at Gallaudet University, which is in fact the only liberal arts institution in the world dedicated to the education of deaf people. I heard over and over again, and still hear, and built a career around this quote, "The search of a place of our own." And what I mean by that, if you look at what defines deaf people and this concept of deaf space, there's really two models. There's a medical model and a cultural model. And I'll talk about those in a minute, but foundational to those is this idea of not being able to hear. One of your senses that you map the world, you know the world 180 degrees, 360 degrees around you. Part of that you depend on hearing. The other parts are balance, tactile touch, and smell, sight, of course. All of these are ways in which we know the world. You do away with one of those, suddenly how you begin to perceive the world is very different, but very novel in terms of making up for an environment that's designed largely for and by hearing individuals. In the medical model, which has been the persistent model throughout history, the idea is that people who are deaf have a disability. They can't hear and they can't speak. So let's make them like us. There's a disability or problem there, so let's go through, teach them how to read lips and to speak, even though that's not necessarily their natural language. With that medical model, there's actually an architectural prototype that supports that. What you see here on the right side of the screen is the Maryland School for the Deaf, constructed in 1905. On the left is the insane asylum in Danvers, 1893. You saw that throughout the turn of the century and throughout the 20th and even still today to some degree, asylums persist, prisons persist as a place where you keep wards of the state or people with disabilities. It was throughout the United States, every state largely had a state deaf school where the deaf students would go and they would live there so that they could be with others like them. I'd like to offer an alternative architectural model rather than that model of oppression, if you will, and therefore you can imagine why this question comes up, searching for a place of our own. If you grew up in an institution or asylum, searching for a place of your own becomes deeply embedded in your own sense of well-being when that's been taken away from you, when you're taken from your family and living in that asylum model space. So what we're looking at is this cultural model where hearing loss is actually defined as a deaf gain. What if we decided not hearing actually had some benefit to it? And there's this extraordinary sort of creative world that I think we're beginning to unpack through this idea of deaf space that looks at building and architecture really through a very different set of eyes. Where this started 10 years ago was Gallaudet University, that's located here in Washington, D.C., designed by Frederick Law Olmsted, the father of landscape architecture in the United States. Buildings designed by Vaux and Withers. It's on the National Historic Register, so it's truly a national treasure. Pictured on the left is the main building of campus, Chapel Hall. On the right, you can see at the same time, is the Memorial Hall at Harvard. These are examples of Victorian architecture at the time that really signified power and prestige. Gallaudet really wanted to be up there with the very best. But the problem is, if you look at that, there's absolutely no clue of which one would actually be designed for people who literally have a different way of perceiving and sensing the world. So this group here of about 20 deaf people invited me to come facilitate a workshop for them where we would begin to codify this idea of deaf space. It's an idea that's lived as long as there's been deaf people about creating, modifying space, be it they build it or they own it or not. They modify their space to meet their own way of being, that we would literally take this idea and design their next building on campus around that. And so this really begins the story of where those participants become the architect. We wanted to create a process by which we hand over the pencil to them, not really so much in your typical workshop scenario, but literally teach them how to be architects in sort of a rudimentary sense and how to have some facile rudimentary skills in architecture to begin to design their own buildings. We went through about a 6-month process to do that. We worked with Smith Group Architects here in Washington, D.C. that arrived at a building that you see here. Given the time, I won't go into a lot of detail, but I will here in a moment in a little bit through these principles or the process we went through. I want to just show you real quick what that process was to hand over the pencil. How did we do that? We set up a 6-year process that was an education and design and research project through the university that was really built around this idea of thinking of architecture as almost another person. Fundamentally, what's sort of extraordinary and has me so inspired by deaf experience as a hearing architect is this idea that it's, at the end of the day, it's all about eye-to-eye communication. Think of how many times throughout the day you'll actually sit there and look your spouse, your children, your friends in the eye while you're talking. If I make eye contact with anyone, it's kind of uncomfortable, isn't it? So when you are communicating, and it really depends on the clarity of that message, depends on seeing the gesture, seeing the language on the face, knowing the expression, reading what you're about, and monitoring the environment, the building becomes, in a way, a participant, or the page upon which sign language or visual language is written upon. And I think what that also does is it means that your engagement with other people, you depend on them, right? I'm speaking, my sense of being here in the world I'm constantly validating that through what I'm saying, right? I can hear what I'm saying, so I know I'm here. If I don't hear, I depend on your response to me to know that I'm in the world. So there's this very intimate foundation to this way of being that looks at, we want to understand what is the role of the building in that intimate kind of interaction. So we started to look at things like how buildings vibrate and how vibrations might be used to communicate messages or sense of movement of other people in the room. We did an extensive study for about 3 months to look at how different furniture arrangements would allow for visual connection for people around a table. The conversation pictured here on the left, I'll just say real quick because that is sort of foundational to, or a real basic socio-spatial pattern of, you see how that group is centered in, they're a circle. They formed a circle around a rectangular table. That circle happens time and time again and is basic way in which people modify space to see one another. This idea then also of if you're deaf and you're looking at someone while you're walking down the sidewalk, you're not looking at the sidewalk. You're not looking out for the fire hydrant or the lamp post. So somebody in that group of that conversation becomes the one who's looking out for you. So there's an awful lot of touching and sort of guiding each other along the way. That becomes this kind of third-person idea that third person in the conversation is looking out for you. So what if a building played that role? And we began to try to map out literally steps. How do deaf people walk differently? What do they see when they're walking down the sidewalk? A very intimate look at that kind of another way of looking at the world. Then we took that and we turned it into a pattern language. Not standards, but a pattern language. So this becomes a way, it's really about a way of thinking, not a way of legislating or instructing people how to design. And I'll just click through real quick some of the patterns we came up with. There are a number of diagrams here about the different dimensions of sidewalks and seating arrangements to allow visual connection for communicating visually. The idea of the importance of natural light and how you would light spaces in good ways versus bad ways to have good visual space. The use of color and how contrasting colors are important to reading sign language. How you can make spatial connections and arrange spaces so that buildings are much more legible. Something as detailed as the idea of a corner in a hallway, being able to literally kind of see through a corner and anticipate people coming down the hallway is another way of keeping people from bumping into each other and losing their lunch along the way. The idea of vibration, we talked about that, how a kick to the floor even or a rap to a table can be a way of communicating a desire to communicate. And then there's space also for culture, this idea that disability really is another kind of culture, is an interesting idea that comes forth quite a lot in deaf culture. You see a lower left-hand corner, a diagram about a kitchen specifically designed for visual communication while cooking, places all, except for the refrigerator, places all the appliances in the island so that people can talk back and forth and your back is not to other people you're chatting with in the kitchen. The idea of being able to see activities within a building is also an important sort of way of knowing the building as you arrive at it. So if you remember the initial building I talked about, the SLCC building, it was designed to the standards or with these standards in mind, but we had a traditional delivery process. So with that in mind, we wanted to look at how we made mistakes. We knew that we made some mistakes. We knew that there were some insensitive final design decisions made. How did we do that? Well, we did it along the later design process, which was a much more kind of traditional architect working away in their studio, only being in contact with one client, not really sharing information about cost-cutting decisions. And you see that in the graph here that tracks contact hours. So we started to try to measure how much input we were having with the people. How inclusive was this in a kind of measurable sense? You see a spike at the beginning of the process in design where the dollar sign's pointing to, you see where that's where the empowering decision gets made, right? You gather all of this input, but then you make value judgments in a small group later on. And we began to realize that that was the part that was undermining the whole idea of handing over the pencil. So the next building we did was a new dormitory in reaction to our discovery about that disempowering process we had. What we did here is create a design competition, design build competition, which required the architects to be in competition with four teams, across 4 teams. That put them in a different position. That's a much more, so we have the control there. It's dating. We can get to know the people who we're going to work with. Who's going to listen to us? Who's going to be empathetic? And that change dynamic was a very important dynamic also in looking at costs. So you see on this graph, the fact that it was design build required that they began to look at costs. Those empowering decisions, same people giving you the great ideas, were forced to make the decisions. So you see the two graphs plotted against each other there. And then here's some pictures about that final building. Some really extraordinary story about the one space shown in 2 different conditions at the top. That's the terrace lounge that can accommodate presentation and no columns in the middle of the room, which is kind of driving me nuts and would drive the deaf community absolutely crazy. But excellent sight lines in that room, and it also works as intimate little meeting spaces on the other side. That whole idea of using the ground topography, the natural slope of the site, that came from our students. The ideas about overlapping, using multiple spaces within one room, those were ideas that came from the student as they were forced to reconcile a project that was about $2 million over budget. So that we're very excited about, and then I'll just kind of end on where we think this is going. I think what this is pointing to is revisiting the idea of a vernacular approach to architecture. That the more we're all more in touch with the buildings we build, the more we enable particularly the vulnerable communities in this world to have a hand in saying, or even know that they could have a hand in the places they build, the sort of extraordinary empowerment that comes with that, and the beauty that can then begin to create at that very simple everyday level of caring for our environment is, I think, something that we're beginning to look at and learning lessons to go back in time and begin to look at those vernacular kind of traditions. Rather than thinking of buildings as objects or trophies, we want to begin to think about how buildings really fit to the body, much like the nest does to the bird. That becomes very much, I think, a kind of cultural and empathic message that really dovetails nicely with the whole agenda of sustainability that we've been hearing about, but this brings in another layer that's much more human-centered component to that. And from that point of view, I think these kinds of images of kind of the urban and suburban wastelands we've created become really interesting places to think about revisiting how we can make them a much more habitable, inspiring place to be through this idea of human-centered design as we know it. We might be thinking about this in emergency uses, which we're going to be facing more and more around climate change and the kind of migration issues, whole host of issues around stressful environments that would benefit from this approach. So I think we're really selling here today an idea, an approach, rather than, say, a design product. And then I'll just close with that, and I've got 1 minute left. We have extraordinary response, actually. For those of you who live in Washington, D.C., I would just a little plug. Keep an eye out in the next several months. We hope to be announcing a winner to an international design competition that we're hosting right now, where we've got some really excellent architects from around the world. When we advertised that competition, we had 51 of some of the biggest names of architects in the world who applied to that, narrowed it down to 4. 51 came from 11 different countries, and there was just extraordinary interest in doing that.
So now you see how this has very, very broad applicability, even though it begins in quite a narrow focus as it starts. Come on, please. Join us. Patrick, you back on? And so Rasmus is going to begin this session and talking to you about the Creative Business Cup, which is the other thing he does in his spare time, right?
Yeah. But I just need to consult with the technical department. We're just trying to clarify a few technical issues and whether we will show a video or not. So have a few minutes patience. You must be Ariana. How could I guess that? Ariana Austin, okay. And Hannah. Okay, I'm going to narrate a video. So, but before you start it, maybe I can just say what you're going to see is 3.5 minutes of Creative Business Cup. You will see different. Oh yeah, we're streaming it. You're going to see some different speakers talk about the Creative Business Cup, some of the entrepreneurs, and just get a general feeling of how it is. And I'll see if I can remember the quotes of what people are saying, but let's start. You can't turn off the sound on that one? So this is a British entrepreneur, a Portuguese entrepreneur, Lego, Hummel, the winner from Austria. Creative Business Cup has 3 goals, is what I'm saying here. We try to help entrepreneurs develop their business. We try to help investors find interesting investment opportunities in the creative industries. And then also we try to link large companies, the corporate ventures, with the startups. Can you hear it? Seems like you can hear it, right? Good. Here we have the Crown Prince. China's 3rd largest investment fund. This is an Icelandic guy who created the TV series Lazy Town. I don't know if you know those 100 series to get kids moving. It's very popular in Latin America. He sold it then to Turner Broadcasting. So you got a silent version of the Creative Business Cup video, and you saw although I did spend a lot of time on it. You saw the American ambassador was the only, the U.S. ambassador to Denmark was the only one that got to be quoted twice. Rufus Gifford was one of the top fundraisers for Obama in 2008 up to 2008. And he chose, of all countries, to be the ambassador to Denmark. And he's been quite successful. And he's also had a career in Hollywood in producing films, so it makes sense that he talks about the creative industries. And also, what you saw there was a lot of young people. And that's the theme for our next panel discussion on unleashing the creative talent of youth to transform and enhance economies and cultures. And originally, I've talked to Dennis about that. Creative Business Cup has nothing to do with age. And there's racism, but there's also ageism. And I think what is important with Creative Business Cup is we look at, we actually don't, we have no upper level limit for age. We also are quite open about how countries define what is a startup, what is an entrepreneur. In some countries, you're not an entrepreneur after 6 months, and in others, you can still be after 6 years almost. So, but what I think is more important, what leads into the talk that we're going to have today, is the fact that it's also very much about empowerment. It's about giving people, in this case, young people, most of them, the opportunity to take their future in their own hands. That is the background for the Global Entrepreneurship Program of the State Department, the U.S. State Department. A kind of soft diplomacy. And as you saw, when you see a woman from Saudi Arabia pitch on stage, we twice had Saudi Arabia send women to Creative Business Cup, a young woman in this case, then it's really about empowerment also. Then we're changing. Usually entrepreneurs are people who will not accept things the way they are supposed to be. They're established, they will question whether this could be done in a better way. And in that sense, it's also, I think, doing Creative Business Cup and doing these kind of work is also very meaningful when you can give people a sense of meaning and to hold their future in their own hands. But enough about Creative Business Cup. So now I can lean back and just ask a lot of irritating questions. I have with me here up on stage 4 very knowledgeable people on how we unleash the creative talent of youth. What kind of creative talent also? I would like to, so I prepare a bit on the questions. There's been a lot of talk about how creatives need to be more business-oriented. So every design education around the world have started having courses in MBA-ish courses. Is that the right way to go, or should we actually have some more people that study an MBA to understand that there's great opportunities in working with creatives? We have also seen this tendency that people think that general public think that creative people do it because they have something inside them that needs to get out. And if you know a designer, ask the designer how many times this person has been asked to produce something for free. Draw a logo, make a stationery, a business card. And it's because there is this notion in the general public that it's they do it because they can't do because it's bigger than themselves, and maybe in many cases it is. But what is it that how can we make sure that these creative talents are not exploited, that they protect their IP? I can tell you that in a couple of weeks I will chair a debate in Denmark on the future labor market. I know nothing about the future labor market, but I do know that, or I think I know that in the future we're all going to be working like creatives. We're not going to have a fixed job. We're going to be freelancing. We're going to create something of value that will travel with us. I know you live in a very uncivilized country here. But in Denmark, we have a 1-year maternity leave, paid. But those kind of benefits, how can we make sure that they still are, that they still will be working in the future? And we're doing this test saying, okay, if we can fix the labor market for creatives and creative talent, maybe we can fix the labor market for everyone 20 years from now. So that's a thesis. So anyway, I have on my right, where do I have it? Here. First I have Nicole Gallup, CEO. Oh, sorry, that's on my left. Nicole Gallup from Pelonki here in Washington, D.C. And you want to spend, like the other panels, a few minutes on explaining what you do?
So in my prior life, I was a government contractor. I worked in cybersecurity for the Pentagon and various government entities, and I left it all behind to become an international DJ. And so I got to tour the world and perform in festivals and produce music and have a record label. And then as a freelance performer, I found a lot of problems of being an independent, middle-class creative, kind of trying to take care of myself. Well, I decided to create a solution because it wasn't just me that was having these problems, but all of my friends and everybody around me. So I used my tech background to create a solution called Pelonki that basically gives independent, freelance, middle-class entertainment performing artists a platform to manage and control their careers on their own, removing the middleman. So that's my background.
Cool, excellent. Then we're gonna switch back and forth. Of course, I planned it. Ariana Austin, CEO of French Thomas and founder, creative director of Art All Night Nuit Blanche here in DC.
Oh, is this one better? Hello, can you hear me? I feel like I need to be louder.
It's just for the streaming.
Oh, okay, okay.
No, so you have to speak up.
So I have to speak up. Sorry, is this the part where I should actually, like, I brought some slides. Okay, yeah. So I think it's better. Can you play the video?
Do you have to narrate it also?
No, it should just be, it's just a short clip about Art All Night. Or do you have like a... Oh, okay, that's fine. You can just show the slides. Do you have a thing? Oh, sorry, I couldn't see that. It's another one. Can I control it? No?
We can go.
Oh, yeah. I think, can I just, or do you want to?
It's not the right presentation.
No,
right?
so it's, yes, you can just show this one and then this one. And then we'll skip it. Yeah. Sorry.
There we go.
Okay, so we'll skip the video, but this is an image from Art All Night, which is a project that I founded about 5 years ago. I run a company called French Thomas. I've been doing it for about 5 years, and I produce arts and culture and education projects, mostly focused on kind of large-scale city engagement projects. So DC is my hometown. I'm actually based in New York City now, but this was how I sort of got my start. And for any of you who are familiar with Nuit Blanche, you obviously are, it's a huge nighttime arts festival that's in Paris and happens in many European cities. So we brought the one to DC, and it was a huge hit. We take spaces like this. This is an old Wonder Bread factory, as you can see, on S Street in Shaw. Worked with a bunch of different partners. So developers give us the space. We connect with curators and artists to kind of reimagine the space. We work with a lot of different cultural partners to bring people in. And then obviously the public comes and has a really great time. This project, actually the video that I was going to show was just an MSNBC segment. They came to Washington last year to cover the festival, and they did something which we hadn't done, which is cover it specifically from the angle of how small businesses are positively impacted during Art All Night. And it was just great for us, which we'd kind of heard anecdotally that people had their best nights, that people were, going from the Wonder Bread factory to grab a coffee, and it was very successful, but they came and actually shot this little segment specifically about that. So it's a really great creative economy project. So that's sort of Art All Night. And then if you can go to the other slide. Okay, so this is another project I work on called Draw NYC. And basically it's a project to get New Yorkers drawing together in public space. You can kind of see this neatly designed little pod here. We have books and we have great drawing materials, and we literally set it up on streets in every borough in New York City. So most of my work is really driven by this idea that more and more people are living in cities, flocking to cities, and there's both a need and a desire for projects that are experiential, that are joyous, that cultivate community, in some ways confront inequality in cities, and that the sharing of public space is such an intimate experience, right? Like city dwellers, Washingtonians or New Yorkers, this is a very kind of profound experience to share public space with each other. And how can we really kind of seize that experience and make it work for the majority of people living in that city?
Excellent. Thank you. Then we're going to switch back, and we have Patrick Kabanda, consultant and at the office for the Senior Vice President and Chief Economist at the World Bank. We've heard from them before. And then you're also a music teacher, global performing pianist, organist, and speaker here in DC.
So I do a lot of things. The only thing I don't do is tap dance. I'm looking forward to learning dance. But you heard me before, so I'll just continue. Yeah. And the only thing I would say, I may be older than all of you here, so, but only thing is my gothic, the gray hair can tell. So, I mean, what I do at the World Bank is really to try to see how we can promote the creative sector in development, how to go to all these countries. In addition to other things, building bridges, dams and stuff, where does the creative sector come in? I mean, the bank and other development organizations have been on and off on these issues, but they've not actually really, I think, they could do more, basically, to put it that way. And I used to teach at Andover. Some of you who may know the places where George Bush and people like that have gone to school. So I used to teach music there, and I was also the school organist, and I was trained as a concert organist. But to play the organ, you have to play the piano. So that's why Dennis thought he should put in also that I play the piano. I played from, I don't think I've played in Denmark, but I've played in somewhere near Scandinavia, Sweden, in the Åland Organ Festival in the Baltic Sea. And then I've played in Nairobi, Kenya. I've played in my own country, Uganda, Hong Kong. So that's why I became a performing artist, and mostly organ. Actually, also at the National Cathedral. 10 years ago, I had a concert there. So I have done a lot of things. But I switched to look at the policy of all this, because you said something earlier that many people want artists to do things for free. I used to be playing in the church, and people will come to me and say, oh, you don't need to be paid because God gave you this talent, and you can just play for free. Meanwhile, the priest or the bishop is cruising around in material comfort, yet they are closer to God. The idea is that musicians or artists should not be paid. It has been ingrained in a lot of ways, and I think that's something we can shift. And when you are dealing with policy, it's the idea that where are we placing our emphasis? And how can we look at countries, okay, there's this country called so-and-so, and you have gold and you have silver, but where is the creative space coming in? So that's my work. I wrote a working paper, which if you want, you can look up. It's called The Creative Wealth of Nations. And you can't just Google that, or if you put in my name in Google, I'm very famous, so it will come up and will tell you all the things I'm doing, really to look at how countries can actually use the creative sector to make progress, and not only economic progress, but also social progress.
Wouldn't you say that gold has absolutely no value unless someone does something to it, such as a creative person?
Yeah, actually, that will get me to another idea, which is, I think, a gentleman called Todd G. Buchholz wrote this book called New Ideas from Dead Economists. And in it, he asks a question that you want a country which has gold and silver and incense and honey pouring in from heaven. So that's maybe country A. Or do you want a country which has people who can think? So if you are given two countries, what would you choose? So what would you choose?
Well, my point is that gold, you can't eat it and live from it, but you have to do something to it to give it.
Yes, and that's the idea. The idea is that I mean, of course, we need these physical resources, but if we can't think of how to use them better for everyone, they are almost useless. So anyway.
And I just want to ask, while I remember that this survey that we did, that I mentioned in my earlier presentation, also included the question whether they had any ambitions, commercial ambitions, the creatives. And because you know the American program called Mythbusters? Yeah, we did a myth busting on that. We tried to compare, 600 non-creative startups with 1,462 creative startups, and asked them, the same number of questions, some 50 questions. And one of the questions was the level of commercial ambition. And it was the same between the creatives and the non-creatives. If you're a creative, you want to earn money on what you do. You want to have a market. You want to sell your books or your music or your fashion or whatever you do. So there's no difference. There's a myth that creatives don't want to get paid for what they do. Yeah. We have one more presentation. Hannah Oblin, musician, band manager and student, Master of Science in Entrepreneurship and Innovation from France, the IECG. Yes. Do you have a presentation or? No. Okay. So tell us a bit what you do.
Well, I am a student in the business school, and I am in my final year of master in the entrepreneurship and innovation track. So this semester I'm actually writing a thesis about music because, I play guitar, I sing, and I also have some experience in music management at my level, of course, because I'm a student. But I also do some internship, and I noticed that we are all creative, and I was lucky to be in a business school with a lot of international people from different nationality, from different country. And I noticed that, we are creative, we have idea, and the business school provide us a way to express, give us some confidence, give us some contact, some opportunity. But I also noticed, thanks to my other friends which are not in business school, that they are creative, but not, I would say not, they don't have enough trust on themselves, they don't have enough confidence to just go on the street and say, I have an idea and I want to do it. So they're just doing nothing. And so this is why I decided to do a master thesis about creative industry and music, because it's my passion. And so my question for my thesis is I want to know and learn what are the creative and innovative new strategy for independent musicians and independent labels to overcome this crisis in the music industry. So it's, yeah, young people have a lot of idea, and how can they implement it, and how can they do it if they are from a business school or not from business school. So, yeah.
Merci. So now we're gonna, you can keep it. Now we're gonna talk now we're gonna talk about the subject here on unleashing the creative talents. And so all of you are welcome to pitch in how we can do that. And you touched a bit upon it, that there's a crisis in the music sector. I remember reading a study on reggae music. Guess how many young Jamaicans have become wealthy from reggae music? Very, very, very few. Most of them are either in the U.S., continental U.S., or in the U.K. So how do we make sure that that youth don't get? You also mentioned something about confidence. That if you have an MBA, you have confidence. But if you are working more from the creative side, you're more you're more insecure about whether you can move forward. Is that right?
Well, there's two things. There is the recognition that go with a diploma. In France, for example, if you say that I have a bachelor degree from a business school, this is something you work for it, and you have recognition because you have a diploma in your hand. But there is also this question that a lot of people are asking, are we really learning something in our school? Yes, because we change. After this 5 years in my business school, I know that I can speak to you, I know that I can feel have enough confidence to express my idea, to talk with other people, and I want to do things. And this is how school are helping us, and how management and business are helping us. But you can also find this in other track. I mean, engineering school, high level of education, they teach you, they are telling you that you have things in you, and even if you are learning, you still can create something. And this is something that I think personally that school are not teaching enough, and that I'm grateful to my school because they are helping us to develop ourselves. We have this program, is self-development. It's a track, and it's really interesting. We are doing theater, we are doing a lot of things just to make the students part of the class. They are doing the class. They don't have a teacher. We're just telling them and what to do, what to think.
I know that some creatives, now you're talking about the business students, but if you study to become a ceramist in Denmark, your teachers will most likely tell you that you will probably never be able to live off what you've studied. I know only one example of an exception, and that would be a young ceramist called Anne Black. She was so clever that she married, sorry for this very stereotypical way, an economist who went to 10 different countries to look at who could produce what she does of the porcelain. And they found a place in Vietnam, and they now own 40% of a factory in Vietnam, and now she can produce it so much that it actually can be serial. But still, her cost price of a cup is higher than the selling price of a cup at IKEA. And here's us as consumers that's going to decide, do we want something that we don't care so much about and can throw out, or do we want something where you can see the craftsman having done something to this product, and it will be different from product to product. What do you guys think? Do you think creatives need to be more commercially oriented, or do you think that the MBAs and the engineers need to be able to dig out the gold or the pearls among the creatives? Some suggestions?
I feel that as a creative, you are going to be focused on your art. And you always will be, no matter how much education you have. You're an artist. Now, when I speak, I have more of a background in performing arts, so I can't really speak about like design or things like this. But I feel really, in order to be able to give more opportunity, especially to youth, you know, to grow in their careers, we're going to have to give them accessibility and education. Accessibility meaning that we need to focus not just in those big cities, you know, like New York, San Francisco, LA, because as a talented creative, maybe you're like the master of your trade. Like you are the best drummer, you are the best sculptor in your city. But if you don't have the money to ship yourself up to New York and get that education at the Juilliard or get that, you know, access in front of that booking manager, you're just going to be sitting in your basement sculpting these beautiful sculptures for nobody else to see. So what I really like to hear is like over here in Hawaii, how we have this economic development going on in Hawaii, making sure that we get that, you know, word out. Look at all the people that we have in Hawaii that are amazing. Here in Washington, D.C., we have initiatives to make sure we have so much talent here in Washington, D.C. What about, you know, Arkansas? What about Oklahoma? Why don't we all take a little bit more initiatives to showcase what we actually have in our own states? And then maybe we can take advantage of the digital age. And also, we are really lucky to be living in an age where we are all completely connected, more so than we have ever been. So why don't we take advantage of that and then, you know, get people to see what this world has to offer instead of saying, hey, okay, well, you're going to go to school, you're going to pay a lot of money, and then you're going to be able to get out there and have all these people offer you work for nothing. So that's another thing about education. When I say education, I'm not talking about going out there and getting your degree. Yeah, that's really important. I mean, I got my degree, a lot of people got their degree, but when I say education, I mean education and treating the creative industry as an actual profession. Okay, you go out there, you do law. People aren't going to say, okay, hey, can you represent me in this case, you know, for free, or can you do my taxes for free? Because, you know, I'm a startup. I don't have any money, but can you do my taxes? No, that doesn't happen. I am a startup. They're not going to do. I got to pay these big tax bills. So I'm not going to go out there and ask this amazing band, you know, hey, I'm an organization. Can you please, you know, do this for free because I know you love what you do. They, of course, most people love what they do, but they also need to pay their rent. They need to, you know, eat. They need to feed their children. So this is a wonderful industry, the creative industry, but it is an industry, and it needs to be treated as such, and that's what I mean by education.
Excellent. Patrick, you looked like you wanted to add on who should walk towards who?
Yeah, there are a lot of linkages here, so and I would just keep it down, but or some basically touch on a couple of points. First of all, I think you had talked about business earlier. Creatives should go to business school, and Hannah alluded to that. I actually learned a lot of things I know about life and actually running my own sort of entrepreneurial kind of things through music school. There's this fallacy that people who study music or the arts have no clue on how business functions work. This is just not correct, definitely, because some of the people I know, and even in the business sector, have been creatives. What business school has done is sometimes they codify this and you take it as a course. As I go to learn my scales, so I wake up to learn my piano scales, but definitely a lot of creative people have business skills. And also it's the other way around. Doesn't mean that creativity is only in the arts. There are many business people who actually are very creative in their own ways. I'm very interested in writing, so one writer who I've been following, he's now dead. I regret not meeting him before he died. It's called William Zinsser. William Zinsser wrote this book called On Writing Well. If you want to learn how to write, it's the book to yours. But he ends the book by saying that when he was growing up, his dad wanted him to inherit the company. I think they were producing Sherlock. I don't know what that is, but not anything to do with writing. William Zinsser wanted to be a writer. So he protested, saying, no, I'm just going to be a writer. And what he did is like, well, how can I be the best I can be in what I want to do? Because it's not easy to make a living and write. And he actually said that he learned some ideas from business people, that business people told him how to actually say, no, I'm not going to write this article for free, and all these kinds of. So definitely there are some ways where you can use other disciplines to basically promote your work. But actually the crucial issue here, I think it goes back to the question I answered here, is that society, that mindset. If I think you're a musician or a potter, I'm not going to take you seriously. If you're a lawyer or a star basketball player, then I'm going to pay you millions of dollars. So this is where I think it's bigger than us, and all of us we need to do is like where society has started to place ranks of who should do this. Unless you are very famous as a potter or musician, then you are not really anything, because society has been told that, oh, if you want to make money, you got to go to business school. If you have a business degree, then you are quite, that's very important. If you are a ceramic artist, that's not really something.
I think actually the Carlson Foundation did a study that if people have an MBA in a startup, they have less likelihood of succeeding. It's a couple of years ago they made this, seeing how many MBAs they have in a startup. The more they have, the more likely it is that it will not succeed.
Yeah, and one thing is that also what I trouble is common sense has also become business. Come on, to try to do things on time, show up on time, which they may teach you, but that's common sense. It cannot just be say that because I went to business school now I know how to write my CV without typos. And these things are common sense which can be across disciplines. Now, I think that the way this has worked out to try to promote more artistic engagement, people have talked of a couple of things. First of all, student loans. I know many artists who have gone to school and have borrowed money. Within this kind of economy and society, they are unable to pay back these loans. And what should public policy do? Maybe we should forgive these loans. Then the other thing is tax incentives. Definitely, there's actually an op-ed in the New York Times which the tax code in the United States actually is not very helpful to many artists. How can we make it that these people are not stuck paying taxes? The 1% is not paying as much. Then artists are also struggling to pay. So how can we correct this? That people really, the artists, those we know, or we can help out through the tax incentives. And the other thing is about this. There's someone, a writer I follow these days. Her name is Marianne Robinson. I don't know if some of you know Marianne Robinson. She's based in Iowa. She's written a number of books. One of her books she wrote is called When I Was a Child, I Read Books. And she just talks about that, scarcity is sometimes said to create value. And that's definitely true. But, dealing with economic theory and this kind of thing, sometimes we think that, oh, something which is abundant is definitely useless. So then I say, is oxygen useless because it's all over, But that's the way we think. It doesn't mean that because we don't pay for oxygen, it's not useless. So we have all these talented artists who are creating, but because they are abundant, they are doing something, we just think, oh, yet actually there are mental health benefits from music. It helps us get together. There are many, many things which may not come up in the functions of economic statistics, but actually very, very important.
You remind me of, and I think all four of you remind me of this study. I have to find it again. How many of the Nobel Prize laureates that are actually very highly qualified artists also, usually in music or in literature. So there's a correlation between having an artistic brain and having a scientific brain, apparently, when it comes to the Nobel laureates. I should see if I could find it again. You talked about how to use the city and city public spaces as a way to get youth involved and get them included. And you have to tell me how you crack the nut, I guess, because often when it's artistic events or artists' events, it can easily become elitist. And you will have a difficulty in recruiting those that are poor, that can't pay for, get into town that night, that are otherwise marginalized. They don't understand the culture. If the culture, those projects that you show are not, only speaks to a certain part. If you know how many portraits there are of men in museums around the world, you would also, try and notice that. So how do you solve that to make sure everyone is in?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So actually, all of the projects that I've done and from the start of my company, I've been really, really intentional about those things. One of the things that I was so inspired by when I lived in Paris and went to Nuit Blanche was what I perceived as kind of a overwhelming city attempt to shore that up, right? So you do, you know, PR and social media efforts for everybody in the city. Like we always say, Art All Night is cool, but we're not too cool for anybody. Like everybody is welcome, and I've even done personal appeals to schools, to the deaf community, to Gallaudet, to just you know, immigrant communities, that some of them now outside of Washington, to come and that we share this experience together. So I've actually always been pretty intentional about that, and I've had really good luck with it too. Something about the spirit of it feels really welcome, and I think it's just because we've been intentional. But I did want to go back a little bit to the teenager thing, because I actually do think we should change our metrics a little bit. I always pay my artists. I rarely like negotiate with them. If they have a rate, I try to meet it. So I don't like, practical wise, I always pay. I understand that some people don't. But the flip side of it, I think, is like this overemphasis sometimes, I think, on creative industry and business. And we forget kind of like to articulate the power of culture stories. And I'm thinking about young teenagers in Jamaica who may not be benefiting from reggae music, and we should certainly figure out ways to make that happen. But I'm thinking about like Bob Marley and the Wailers, right? Who took what was really a small sect, right? Rastafarianism, and made it, like literally took this story of this what is a tiny, tiny religious group and made it a global brand, right? Like people know Rastafarianism, they know Bob Marley, and to think about what he was able to do literally as a young teenager in Jamaica is nothing short of extraordinary, right? You can go to Vietnam, you can go anywhere, you know, I just say Vietnam because I was there and heard Bob Marley's music, but he's such an amazing cultural figure to me that I think sometimes we should just do a better job of articulating sheer cultural power and its effect. And maybe pay a little less attention. I think America is very industry driven, so it becomes a thing of like professionalization and am I getting paid right? And all those things are important and fair, but I think sometimes a little bit it gets lost, just the sheer beauty and power of culture. And nobody's a better example than Bob Marley.
I think this is a really, really good point. When we look at the creative industries, the culture and creative industries, as they say in some countries, there are some market values, jobs and exports and all that, but there are also some really significant non-market values of making us understand ourselves better and making us feel a sense of community and in general interpret the world. And it's also, you probably don't realize, but all of you have constructed yourself more or less by your consumption of creative products. The clothes that you wear, the music that you listen to, the movies that you've seen, the books that you read, are defining who you are, both to yourself and also to other people. So it's very powerful stuff that we have in our hands.
And nation defining, right? Like they put, Jamaica built an industry. I mean, Jamaica's a small country. Like reggae music is massive. You know, it's like Nollywood or, you know, Nigerian cinema. I mean, these industries can be, it can also just be a big, I don't want to say marketing tool. I've been too affected by like market language, but you know what I'm saying. Like it can be really put nation states on the map. Certainly in Jamaica's case, that's true.
You could, you could see what do we need to get to heal America? We could say in.
A lot.
Yeah. Yeah. What would be something that everyone could? I remember I saw a study that I Love Lucy had 80% of the viewers when it was broadcast, and an American Idol, I think, can maximum reach 18% these days. So there's not really a cultural product anymore that unifies the country. Pokemon Go unifies the country, maybe.
I don't know. I don't think is that true? I'm not sure. I mean, I feel, no, not that, but that we don't have.
It's Chris Anderson's long tail that in the past, we would all watch the same. I drove across the United States in 1980 and back again. I'm an old man. I know it doesn't look that way, but and I remember I heard all the same songs over and over again through all, how many states? 25 states. It was Chariots of Fire. It was Don't You Want Me by Human League. It was To All the Girls I Loved Before by Julio Iglesias and Willie Nelson. And a couple of more. Kim Carnes with Betty Davis Eyes. And I know these songs because we heard them over and over again. It was very uniform and predictable in many ways. And but do we want that? Aren't we happy about the diversity now? That if we do the same road trip, we're not going to hear the same?
I'm a DJ, so this is getting into a passion point. I feel that I've had a lot of experience about playing here as an artist, and a lot of people here being artists, and then also in overseas. Overseas, in like many parts of Europe and Argentina and Eastern Europe, they have a lot of different radio selection. They play a lot different types of music from the decades, and then electronic and all of other things. When you come here into the U.S., you're sort of brainwashed to the same programming because you have the top 10 songs, the top 10 songs. You don't like them. The first time you don't like them, I know a lot of you don't, but then you hear them 20 more times, and then you like them because all of a sudden your kid came up and said, I love you when you heard this song. Now it's your favorite song. And this is what happens when you hear the same stuff over and over. So I would really be open. Social engineering, but now we have XM, we have Sirius, so it's getting better. We're having a little bit more diversity. We have internet, so these things are getting better, but I'm very adverse to the social engineering of the radio.
So I don't know if you were reaching any, we're a bit ahead of time here, but are we reaching any, can we give some suggestions to the people out here from around the world about what should they do to unleash the creative talents? Yeah.
That's exactly the question for the panel.
Yep.
What are the obstacles in your way that you'd like to see people remove?
Well, we heard some about taxes and loans and more cross-sector understanding. Do you have some good ideas?
Yeah, actually, last week we have done a meeting with other young people, and we were thinking about what can we do for young people as young people, but also what can older people can do for us, because for sure young people see that the world is not going into like where they really want to go. So they want to do something, but they don't really feel like they can do something. So for me, the best thing that everybody can do to encourage young people is just saying to young people that they have a voice and that their voice matters, and also giving them the opportunity to express and showing them that, yeah, we are listening to you, and even if we don't think the same, we are going to try it. Just try it. And if you fail, it's okay. If you, I mean, failure is a good thing too. So just tell to young people that, they are a really important raw material for the future.
I was just going to say, I think maybe for good or bad, it's such a tough economy and such a tough economic climate that actually a lot of my friends are doing their creative pursuits, but probably not because it's not on the side. I mean, that's certainly what happened to me. Like, I fell into this, and then things started working out for me, but I definitely feel like the economy is just in such a problematic state still for a lot of young people, even, college educated or creative minded, that they are pursuing creative pursuits, but they need to shore up some of those labor things, right? Like healthcare. It's like a very practical thing, but some of those things I think we just need to do better about. And then I think you mentioned this too, but cultivating hubs outside of the big ones. I live in New York City now, but it's obviously it's very expensive, it's very hard. And if we could, I think we're doing better about this, but just cultivating other local cities, but that still give you the real opportunities, real exposure, real resources that still LA and New York monopoly.
I want to add something here. I'm just going to add something here. I met the CBC Israel's. Did I mention that before? CBC is Israel's winner from 2014, which is an app that if you have a speech impairment, if you had a car accident or a stroke, this app would slowly learn what you're trying to say and then translate it. So you would go, wah, 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 and the app would then know that you were saying, Dennis, you've been doing a great job. It will take a while for it to calibrate, but it would, and it's different than Google Translate that has to understand everyone's voice. Here it goes specifically into this person. And I asked them, so how are you doing? They opened an office in Buffalo, New York. They're from the tech capital of, startup nation Israel, but Buffalo, New York, because Buffalo, New York needs to attract these kind of startups to have more startups come there and put the city on the map. And then before I pass the microphone on, I was going to ask a question here. Isn't it also a structural problem that we will always need engineers? Because, you can only put so many engineers in these. But when it comes to creative, such as actors, the creative product, we talk often of an A-list. A-lists exist because when we go to the movies, we don't want to research a lot about whether the movie is good or bad. So we pick a movie with Nicole Kidman in, because Nicole Kidman will reduce the possibility of the movie not being very interesting. And for that reason, if you look at statistics, it's usually the same actors you see in all American movies. There are also others. So there will be lots of unemployed actors, lots of unemployed designers, a lot of unemployed or not successful fashion designers, because in this field, the creative industries, it's the few that win, and they take all, and the rest will be waiters, stereotypically.
Well, I think it's important to study those that haven't made it, and then study those that have, and then use that as we've all got a lot of experience, and figure out what have been our roadblocks, what's preventing us from getting to the top, and what has given the people access to the top, and let's start creating solutions to give the young people more free access so they don't have the same roadblocks as we have or other people have. And we have that power right now because we have so much technology all around us solving problems for people left and right. We don't even have to lift a finger anymore. We can solve these problems in an instant and make the future a lot better for our youth.
And then we're going to go to questions.
So one of the things which brings up the idea that the arts should be measured because of their economic contribution is because, especially in this country, America is all based on capitalism. Look at the military, how much money is based. And yet security, is not only about military security. There are many other ways you look at security. But the social contribution of the arts is not well appreciated. And you talk about it, people really skim about it. So for me, the reason why we have this A-list is because, again, the utility is like, if I see this actor, I will get more benefit from the movie. But also the industry, they want to, if your name is not recognized, they're going to put you on because they want to recover the money. And sometimes just to make not 20% profit, they want to make it big. And that's a structural problem. There's a book everyone here should read by Scott Timberg, which is called Culture Crash, The Killing of the American Creative Class. He makes a case that the music industry, entertainment industry, is almost like America's sort of society where the very few are doing very, very well. The rest of you, sorry for my language, but fuck you pretty much. That's the way it is. It's like, it's just, we are not really interested in helping those who don't make it. And how can we correct these kinds of discrepancies? The idea will come from, again, shifting the way we see things. And again, I think if we are here, all Americans, I will argue, you should write your congressmen or congresswomen about this issue. Have more arts education, and also, I know I grew up in a place where I was told music will make me stupid. I know a lot of young people who want to be artists who are told, oh, you're not going to make it because, basically there's no money in music and they are not supported. So that's a very tough thing to do. But I think if you know creative young people, the best thing you can do is support them. And I think that a little support goes so far than discouraging them to do something else.
Let's go with questions. There's a beautiful woman in the last row.
Thank you. An observation about your last comment. I went to law school, and our top performers were philosophy majors and music majors. So there's something.
So is it vindicated is the word?
But the broader question, I asked this to a different panel earlier, but because I'm the mother of teenage daughters, I'm going to ask it differently to this panel, which is, I'm here from a higher education association, and I want to know what we're doing wrong and how we fix it.
Can I quickly, the curriculum. I think the curriculum, many arts subjects are marginalized, and I don't think I'm making that up. We need to see that these subjects are also encouraged in the curriculum.
Yeah, I feel like just from graduated from college and school, there's a lot of problems I faced that I didn't feel properly prepared for, and that's just like real life problems. Like, okay, taxes. What am I doing? My books. What am I doing? You know, how do I deal with these real life scenarios? I feel like there's a lot of things that school can help people face in the real world that maybe we should focus a little bit more on than like photography or statistics or something like this. I don't know.
I would say families, communities, and have a great responsibility also. I think learning doesn't only happen in an educational context. And the appreciation for the arts, joy for the arts is something that you would experience or could experience with your parents. You could experience with friends. And you know that the Christmas presents that you gave last Christmas, 80% of those will be forgotten by next Christmas. Unless you give people an experience, such as going to an art gallery or to the movies together or having experienced a cultural product, then the people will actually remember it. The rest will be forgotten. If you give a thing, it will be forgotten. If you give a cultural experience, it will be remembered. Then we have a question. Oh, you have a comment. Yeah, good.
About your question, and I'm totally agree with what you said. For me, education is too much about you should learn that, and there is things that you have to know. But, I mean, who say that these things are really useful? I mean, we are learning so many things that we know that we don't really think as young people that it's useful. But family is doing a job that school should probably do. I'm coming from a family where we were really involved in activities all the time. Our parents are really thinking outside the box. They are really creative. So we developed this creativity, and I'm sad to see that school didn't give me this creativity, and that children who didn't have their parents didn't have time to spend with them. They don't have this creativity because school didn't provide them. And this is a problem. If school doesn't give you the opportunity, because school cannot teach you everything, but it can help you to think differently, to learn by yourself how to do things. I have some friends who have to do administrative work, and they don't know how to do it, and they will not think about a way to manage this problem because, yeah, they are not, like, school didn't help them to solve that problem. So, yeah.
I will get to you, the beautiful woman in the second row. But first we have one in the back.
Thank you. I don't know if everyone can hear me. Okay. Can you hear me? I mean, I can scream. I project. I do public speaking. So, Oh, it's for streaming. Oh, okay, so I have to speak into it anyway. Okay, so I run a fashion incubator, a business incubator at Macy's Metro Center. So I work with creatives. I have several degrees, wanted to go to fashion school, but my parents, as I'm hearing here from young people, were kind of directed to go into a different discipline or an occupation. Nicole had touched it on the nose as far as looking at the creative industry as an occupation and a profession, and that it is. So do you find, because, and I heard a lot, focusing so much on your creativity when really it's like you're born with it. Like someone that can draw. You can't take that from them. Someone who has that ear for music or that talent to play an instrument, they're born with that. It's the business skills that have to be taught. So what I'm finding, you know, is that there's not enough startup funding for the creatives. And they say, oh, well, there's no funding there, the economy. I hear them putting so much money into tech businesses, and most of these creative designers are tech businesses, but then they're labeled as creative and not tech, so then they give the money over here to tech, but then they don't have the money for creative. Really, it's one and the same. So what I find is, and the panel can answer, is maybe we need to be taught, like in these type of environments, these business incubators, how to pitch to these investors to speak their language so that we understand how to articulate the return on investment for them. So we can actually get the startup funding, because I think as a creative, we tend to go in and then we're stereotyped as that creative, because then we focus so much on our creative talent and you're not talking about the numbers. So what do you, and most of us have business degrees that are in creativity.
I would say in Creative Business Cup, we try exactly that. And in November, we're going to have 23 countries from the Middle East and North Africa and 15 from Asia come early, simply to learn how to pitch, simply to learn how to explain their idea. But I think it's just as much the other way around also. Telling the investment community that there are great opportunities there. And some of them will not understand the concept of creative industries. That's fine. You have to give some examples. I remember once speaking to one of the biggest investment funds in Denmark, and he said, we don't invest in creative industries. And I said, you invested in Pandora, you know, the jewelry. And they invested in clothing. And I said, well, we just invested where the best return is, and, you know, looking at the markets. So I think it's also teaching the investment community that they should look elsewhere, because they know how to invest in ICT, they know how to invest in clean tech and med tech, but they don't know how to build the next Disney.
This is the kind of thing which I do every day, to try to talk to policymakers in a certain way that, oh, the creative industries also matter. But I think that, going off your point, we focus so much on what artists need to do to get there, and we don't focus on what the other people need to do to understand artists. And actually, going on your point, they say that talent is 1% and 99 is hard work. So a lot of artists, you know, it's not enough to just be talented, that you can play the piano. It's actually also hard work. Talent will get you, but it will not, you have to work on it. But the focus also should be the other way around, that people, to understand artists, they also need to invest in that 99%, not just to look at the number. And also the idea of our values and how we measure. The market alone, you know, if anything Wall Street can teach us, is just engineering numbers is not a solution to what we need. We need to look at the broader picture of human welfare more broadly in a diverse way.
You have a question?
Sure, yeah. Thanks for giving me back the microphone to ask the question I meant to ask earlier. Actually, I was glad because one of the questions I was going to ask was related to what she just raised, but that raised me another point. And first, I wanted to thank actually, you know, all of you guys for actually doing the work you're doing, because it is impacting especially the youth. And so the question that I was curious is, you know, I think there is still a bit of a stigma on how especially the younger generation perceive creativity. I mean, there's a growth in entrepreneurship, there's a growth of creativity and recognition, but I think when we go back to the career and the lack of resources and understanding that, you know, it's hard to find investment, how do you actually communicate that and encourage them to recognize that there is opportunities, that they can be the change makers when they also see this reality and say that I have loans to pay, you know, I can't frankly pay my bills, nobody's going to pay me for even taking photography. How do you convince them? And what have you found that has worked when you communicate with them versus that did not, that maybe we can take back and keep note when we communicate with them? Thanks.
A lot of mentorships. I'm lucky now to, with my company, I work with a lot of great creatives nationwide, and I see a lot of frustration because starting out, people have to take jobs like waitressing or, whatever they need to do to get by. And it's a struggle. And sometimes people give up because there just isn't enough opportunity or there isn't enough money in the bank to take care of your basic needs to live. But actually putting them together because, not everybody's a sad story. There's a lot of success stories and just from putting hard work, you got perseverance, things like that. Getting them in front of those people to say, hey, look, don't give up. You can do this. Okay, just make sure you budget, make sure you have some experience, getting them into to the right frame of mind to be able to continue. Because, yeah, there are a lot of struggles. There's always going to be a lot of struggles. But just making sure, the right people have the right resources to just keep going.
Final question. Final question.
From a handsome young man.
There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
You
cool.
too.
You know each other?
So, in the entertainment industry, especially when it comes to artists, there's a lot of polarization when it comes to success and failure. Do you think that affects how the whole industry in itself is looked at? And is there a possible way to create more of a middle class, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, for artists, instead of just looking at it like if you're successful, you're only successful when you become famous and really well known and make a lot of money, or you fail if you don't make it? Is there a way to make the middle class more kind of prominent, and do you think that would actually help how the field is looked at?
Well, I would like to, and it ties with the last question, is we should also recognize that if you do a career at McDonald's or HP or Oracle, your personal values and who you are will be less at stake, I think, than if you are an artist or a creative. If you know the author Csikszentmihalyi, he wrote the book called Flow. He's also written a book called Creativity, when he looks into the personality of creative people. And I think we need to also recognize that it is hard to be a young designer or author or trying to take because it's something that really is personal. And you really have to believe in yourself if you want to be a modern visual artist, for example. So I think there's several levels in this. It's giving people the possibility, or young people, to say, it's okay, you want to be a writer? Go for it. I don't know how many movies where you have this, the disgruntled teenager that had to go to law school and wanted to be, the Dead Poets Society, etc. But whether we can change the fact that we have A-lists and B-lists and make it larger, I think that's happening from, in the past, we were all looking at the same things and listening to the same things, and now there's much more diversity when we travel around the world. And then now and then, there's something that just goes across all borders and etc., like Gangnam Style or whatever it is, that just goes everywhere. But otherwise, I think there's much more diversity now, and there's much more possibility for artists and creatives to appear on other markets and be elsewhere. Look at all the Danes in Game of Thrones and House of Cards.
Yeah, I really feel too that there's always going to be a middle class, there's going to be an upper class, and some people are just happy being there. I mean, stability is based on people happy being here and happy being there. Like, you couldn't have one class if you didn't have the other. We all support each other. And I think just getting the word out, maybe just like through media, showcasing, instead of Beyonce, showcasing your local band and saying, look at how great these guys are. They had all these opportunities, but they're super happy just staying here locally and living their lives. I think that would be a good way.
I was just going to say, I think there is sort of two different things. One is like artists as entrepreneur and teaching individual artists to be engaged and to value their work. And then there's another of like creative industry and Disney and company type stuff. But the thing is that there is such a thing as talent too. I mean, some of this is like, we don't want to like coddle everyone and be like, oh, be this, do this, just because it feels good. And I feel like it's something actually really beautiful and that I admire about American culture, but that this idea that anybody can do anything. I think for the arts, it's just a little bit harder to make that case. I mean, there just really is such a thing as talent, and it can be mentored. You mentioned Iowa, right? Iowa Writers Workshop has historically been really, really good at this. So the idea that people are just born with it and then we just like leave them alone, I don't think is good either. They should be mentored and supported. And it would be awesome, I think, if creatives got more involved in the labor movement, to be quite honest. And so their basic kind of needs are taken care of. But there is such a thing as just being good at what you do that we just can't, I don't think we should like be coddling too many people. I don't know. That's just my opinion. And the other thing I was going to say is there's industries that we can look at where independents are really successful, like the film industry. I feel like the film industry has done a really good job of having like a Sundance or a place where it's like, oh, they're like the cooler ones that do it really well and they're not as commercially successful. And so kind of changing. The music industry is different. But the film industry, I think, has done a good job of being like, you know, you can do a beautiful film on X amount of dollars with actors and actresses that you don't really know, and that's brilliant. You know, that's good cinema. So I think that's one model of maybe replicating that in other industries.
Yeah, I think it just depends on the definition you give to success. So for an artist, what is success? Is it to be really famous or is it to be rich? And yeah, and actually I have an example. I was talking with some friends and I say, is it possible to be successful for an artist if he is independent? And they just say, yeah, I have a lot of friends who are successful and they are not well known. Like nobody knows them, but they are successful because they, in a way, find a way, like they have enough money to live, they have a fan base, they are just happy at what they're doing. So yeah, just artists should think about what they want.
We have
one final question.
we need to take a question from a beautiful woman with Sonia Raquel scarf.
Sure.
Looks like it.
This, I hope, is quick. I feel like we've backed ourselves a little bit into a silo of, from where we started this morning about being a very integrated approach to now sort of being back into some sort of silo around the industry and the creatives. And I'm coming from the arts education background, which leads me to say outside of the person with the talent who, you know, it's like, I'll never be able to draw. You know, I do great at stick figures, that's it. But I consider myself a creative because I'm the audience for the creative. And because I had a great arts education background, I have a sense of what it means to be an artist and to be able to support an artist, even though I'll never be one. So I think one of the things that we sort of have, we've gotten so tight talking about only the industry that we need to back off a little bit and sort of talk about how do we start from the very beginning and create an audience that will value and support. And if I'm a leader in industry and you come to me and ask for a loan, but I'm also on the board at the opera, then I'll never sing opera, but I'm on the board of the opera, I am more likely to think about how do I give to a foundation or how do I support. It's how do we underpin the value of the creative and the art. Not, I don't want us to get locked in just up here at the industry level, but how do we underpin that? And not sure I know the answer to that, but I think we started this morning at a very integrated approach, and all of a sudden we're back to this, how does the industry work? And just a comment.
Appreciation that there's a public. It's often said that The reason why Sweden is so successful in the music business is because Swedes have a great appreciation for music. They take it up very quickly. They can quickly test it also if it works. But that's also what you work with. And,
So I don't have all the answers, but I have an arts and education background too, and I really think that the kind of projects that I do, like citywide, free arts projects that are cosmopolitan and completely open, I think they can play a small role. So that's actually quite literally why I do what I do. I also, maybe I'm lucky. I studied arts all through school, like in all my different schools. And my family also took me like weekly to the museum, to the opera, to the ballet. So that was kind of, we always had like excursions. But I think at every level, right? It's like the family, the home, the street, the city. If we can kind of holistically do it that way, I think that's one way.
Well, the issue here is that we'll have an integrated approach. Having many friends who work in the art scene, it's hurting to see that they are not paid for their labors, and others are paid who don't equal work hard, but because they have a degree which says either law or business. So I think that question needs to be also discussed. But also, they think, especially in the United States, I think it's a shame that the National Endowment for the Arts, I don't think it's even more 200 million. I don't think you have that budget. This is where government policy should come in. And as you, American citizens or others, you could write letters to your senators demanding that the National Endowment for the Arts, they should increase funding for things like this. Because that's where I think individual artists and arts organizations can go at least ask for monies. And then the other thing of cutting arts education, that's absolutely one of the worst things you can ever want. But again, it goes back to the market. Because, you know, all these policymakers say that there's no value in the art. We should just study math and science and stuff. They don't see the linkages between these two. If anything, people like Steve Jobs and others, even Bach, there's a lot of math in Bach. Have we ever even tackled that? And I think that's something that if you want to cultivate demand, what you're talking about, you can't cut education, because that's the way. I may not become the next star on the piano or opera, but at least if I know what it takes to actually become a star, then I'm more likely, or an artist, I'm more likely to go and support. And I think that how do we demand more arts education? I challenge any one of you here, go write an op-ed to your local newspaper, write a Facebook post. Instead of putting cats playing the piano on YouTube, do something quite remarkable than giving a speech of somebody or a quote from a thoughtful thing about how these things matter for our welfare.
Thank you. And this will be the last word because we have to conclude today. We're going to meet each other again tomorrow, and I'm sure Dennis is going to tell us something about it. But before that, I would like to thank Ariana and Nicole and Hannah and Patrick for helping us to get more clever in this field of creative talent. Now, Dennis?
So tomorrow I am promised that everything will be working well in terms of the public address system in here, etc. I think we've had a great day, a lot of things to feast on. We've been around the world, quite literally, across many different countries and geographies and some issues. We, of course, can't settle all of these things, and sometimes that's not the point. I would also encourage you to take a look at a particular book called The Oxford Handbook to the Creative Industries that came out about a year ago. You'll find within that some very complex conversations that are worth struggling through in terms of having a very broad understanding of the creative and cultural industries, the impact that they have within the broader economy, as well as the huge amounts of debates there are amongst experts who spend their time thinking about these matters to discover that it's probably a level of complexity that you haven't yet reached. And so these things are, you know, that's useful fodder for the mind as you think about the ways in which these very many aspects, some of which we were just addressing in this last set of questions, actually can be looked at in quite different perspectives and in quite different ways. Even when we use the words creativity, we don't always mean quite the same thing. We use the same word, but we have very different dictionaries. So join us again here tomorrow. We look forward to your participation. I want to thank everyone who contributed to today's program. They've given us a lot to think about. We did archive this as well, and we will be putting it out then again later with also some supplementary materials as well that you can feast upon. So thank you for today. We'll see you tomorrow morning, and we will start tomorrow at 9. Thank you.